Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Wanderer's Haven. It is Wednesday, so that means that we are here reveling in the chaos, so to speak. We are playing some fantasy TTRPG goodness set in my homebrew world of Ysterra, and in this particular arc of stories, we are in the Chaos Song. And I have these wonderful, wonderful people around me to help finish out this story, because tonight's the finale of this particular arc. And as I warned my players earlier before we came live, Ian, what was the word?
Annihilation, complete and total devastation. Everyone's gonna be obliterated. So hang out with us.
Don't worry, you guys got this. It's fine. It's fine. But yeah, it should be hella fun, especially with these lovely people around me. And speaking of these lovely people, let's get right into introducing yourselves a little bit and maybe give a taste of the character that is getting the character that you're playing tonight. We will start with Mr. Obliteration himself, Ian. Bro, introduce yourself and your character, please.
Hey everybody, I'm Ian, or your boy Big on all socials, and I'm playing Wraith, rogue fighter. And compared to the last arc, I might be the first one to go because I like to just run up and touch things. So we'll see what happens.
You don't run up and touch them. You run up and grab onto them full on. Both hands just
face
grab
grab.
it.
Yeah, right.
Just reach out and take
Okay,
life by the mask.
Okay, I got it. Now what? What do I do now?
Speaking of taking life by the mask, Deb!
Hello, I am Deb. I play Maeve. She is a Circle of the Grove druid and the team mom, who is often telling Wraith not to do whatever he's planning on doing.
Trying to tell him.
Yes. Mostly unsuccessfully, and that's fine. So we'll see what happens tonight.
Indeed we shall. And moving things right along, we have the wonderful, the illustrious, the very well-known Beth Masco, the Beth Masco.
Oh wow! Hey guys, very well known. That's exciting.
We didn't say who you were known by.
That's true.
We know you.
We'll never know.
Exactly. That's not
to. Oh God. Tonight, I'm going to continue playing Cze, who is a Twilight cleric and a follower of the Ascendant Nocturnus. And I guess we'll see if we happen to get obliterated or not. TBD.
TBD indeed. Speaking of TBD, let's move things right along. Kevin.
Hi. Yes, I'm Kevin. I am the guest player for this arc, and I'm glad to be back tonight playing Casimir, who is a tiefling warlock, little dipping rogue because of his backstory. And he is a warlock who is bonded to Sombrius, who is a deity, specifically one of the Ascendant in the arc here, one of the Embers in the Dark, fun stuff. But I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to do this, and I am well aware, because of how the game is constructed, that I am probably the easiest to kill off because I'm not in the rest of the story. So, hey, let's see what happens with that. But no, I'm glad to be here, Miko. Can't wait to see what happens tonight, man. Thanks for letting us share your world, dude.
No problem.
He's the lone survivor.
I mean, I think he also,
Shit,
your character
bro, I'm
also
the
has
survivor,
the least.
Bro.
Doesn't he also have the least hit points out of everyone in the party?
Yeah, I do. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
So
I have 237, so I don't know.
Do you really? Shit. I was like, what? I definitely got the lowest then.
Maeve has 238.
Yeah.
Anyway,
that does read.
Yes. And I am Miko, your humble host and game master for the evening. We'll talk more about all of that kind of stuff, assuming we survive the night. Couple of quick bit of housekeeping here. Our music that we're playing, as always, is from tabletopaudio.com. Love those guys. If you want cool and awesome music you want to bring to your table, we are not sponsored by them, and I don't care that we're not sponsored by them because they're awesome. And if you want to bring their awesomeness to your table, virtual or otherwise, you can go to tabletopaudio.com too. And then Cze Peku are also some amazing folks. Support them on Patreon, and I'm using some of their stuff tonight. Keep an eye out for their animated scenes, which you might see 1 or 2 of this evening, as well as a battle map, which will be very plainly obvious that it's a battle map of their design because it's so staggeringly much better than the ones that I do.
Oh.
And yeah, I think that's about it.
Says
what do you...
battle map across the thing.
Yeah. Not for resale.
What do you think? What do you guys think about going in and kicking things off? Right?
Let's do it.
Yes.
Let's do it. I love the attitude. Let's do it. So, greetings, travelers, and welcome to the mystical and magical realm of Ysterra, forged in the final breath of a dying god and guarded by the celestial beings known as the Ascendant. This world now finds itself on the cusp of a magical and industrial renaissance of sorts that holds unspoken promises that have the potential to bring people together across the realm in ways never before seen in history. Our current story centers around a courageous band of characters that are part of a secret organization devoted to preserving knowledge and upholding the forces of good across Ysterra. And this particular journey that we are on has followed this band of illustrious individuals as they have dealt with powerful beings that have been possessed by fiendish masks of ancient origins. Having already stopped the attempt of one such individual who tried to rend the timeline of history, they now seek to thwart the machinations of another such mask bearer that is attempting to exert some kind of revenge against the Ascendant themselves. This journey has taken our intrepid heroes across Ysterra, underneath and through the sandy dunes of Aubrath, and into the holy lands of Transim. Cults and monsters, lost temples and ancient knowledge, and now holy sites and people of the many religions of the world now stand before them. With still many questions to seek answers to, our intrepid group are joining with a cleric of Cordelune, the ascendant of knowledge and nature, and part of an order that seeks to help those help others, that is, try to understand their place in the grand tapestry of life and history. And together, they are preparing to set forth to the resonant grove, the most holy of locations in all of the world, the birthplace of the primal ascendant, that being the first 8 that ever emerged in the evolution of the world, and the place where the divine being that fell to Ysterra took their last breath. So, my companions, as you now stand in front of Curak Knoll, the forest, the dense and thick forest before you. You can smell the morning air, the moisture, the dew coming off of it, filling you with a sense of calm. You wait by your horses for Exarch Ronal to emerge and join with you. The morning, the suns are barely crested above the horizon. You can feel their warmth coming towards you, and you can see the orange light that they give off blending and streaking across the sky. As you stand in front of this serene place, what would you like to do?
I'd like for you to direct me where the audiobook of you reading all of this is so I can pay all the money for it. That's what I'd like.
I'll make a fan video, a compilation of all of his monologues.
Stacy
Like, all
on
of
that.
all of the views would be me. It would just be me.
Probably the only views.
I think Wraith is kind of just taking in the morning air. It's kind of like one of those, the first breath of fresh air that you can consciously remember in a very long time. With his interaction in the Temple of Cordeloon and kind of transitioning into this moment, things seem a little bit brighter, a little bit fresher. Like the air, it doesn't feel as cold and as sharp. His head doesn't hurt as much. I think this is something obvious that everyone can see. He's taking deeper breaths, wider strides, just a little bit more confident. He doesn't know why. Y'all don't know why, but it's there. Just kind of feeling good. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I'm doing a similar thing. I'm sitting off. Casimir's sitting off, kind of off to the side. He's actually got an apple that he's actually cutting small little slices of and eating with a little bit of a whimsical look. He looks out at the horizon. He has come from a place where he hasn't had a lot of time feeling comfortable around others and having people be fully accepting of who he is. And this group really has done that. So he has also kind of grown in a way where he has felt like he's part of something now. And so he's really enjoying that, because any moment we could come across this mask bearer and that could all be pulled away. So he's just enjoying the moment. And there might be, to a less than casual observer, there might be that they notice that he happens to, he's looking at the horizon. He might be looking at a mountain or something that's nearby. Maybe he steals a glance at Wraith, at Maeve, at Cy, just kind of watching them in that weird way people do, like a little kid looking up to a mentor or something. Just kind of steals little glances of these people that have accepted him.
I think Cy, as a person who has always greatly appreciated sunrise and sunset, this quiet transitional time, I think that they are kind of delighted to see that their friends are enjoying this peaceful moment too. And I think beyond that, they are sharpening their scimitar and just kind of in their head about what is to come, given the bumps in the road of these last few months.
I think Maeve is thinking about the group and where they've come from and how difficult both missions have been. And she's worried about the upcoming encounter with the next mask bearer and how it will impact Cy and Wraith in particular. So I think she'll go over to them and just say, are you two prepared for what's ahead?
No.
Trying to be.
Is there anything I can help with?
Surprisingly, no. Okay. I guess. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Cy.
No, I think that it feels good to take a moment. We're not caught off guard, at least yet, so that's good.
Well, I mean, we've already kind of got it half sought out, right? I mean, we've done this once before, so.
And we don't have to go to the bottom of the ocean this time, so.
Oh, thank Cordeloon for that. Absolutely. I mean, we already know what the worst could happen. It's already happened to two of us since we've gotten on this. We'll just ride it out. Why is everybody so tense? Come on.
I'm glad to see you doing so well. When we started this journey, it was a challenge, and I was worried for you.
Yeah. It's still a challenge. That really hasn't gone away, but I choose to walk another path. The one I was doing was too hard. This one, a little less.
Seems like your encounters in both temples have done you good.
Well, I keep telling myself that, and it's working, so we're just gonna go with that.
And you, Casimir? Are you prepared?
Am I prepared to be on a great adventure with some new friends? Of course. It is always how we begin a day. But to be honest, I have heard only the field notes and the little bit that I have talked to all of you about what it was to face a mask bearer. And I know that when we go through the same, it will not be entirely filled with mirth. So that, Wraith, is why we are so tense, as you put it. I am aware that there is a great danger ahead of us, but I am willing to face it. I feel that all of my past has led to this moment, and I'm ready to embrace it. And to burn it to the ground if I have to.
Burn it to the ground. Yeah.
See, he gets it.
Fucking-
I offer him part of the apple.
He takes the apple and he's like, yeah. I mean, come on.
Well, I
What's the point
hope
of
it
facing
doesn't
this
come
with
to that. I hope it doesn't come to that, but it has been a delight and a joy to work with you again.
It has been an honor to me to walk beside you rather than in your shadow. Not, well, that is kind of a bit of a bad way to phrase. I follow you in your shadow purposely.
Dig deeper. Keep digging. You'll
You're
get
doing
there.
good. Keep going. You're good. You're doing good.
Okay, that is good. She understands what I mean. We go way back. I have known her longer than I have known you all, and since you have known her, I believe. Hey, whatever. You guys want to give me a hard time. That is fine. I am the new guy. Let's poke and prod at the new guy. Okay, that's fine.
Listen,
that.
you have to know that you have to know that this feels really good after our first and second and probably third and fourth conversation. So, too bad.
I understand you, Sai. And I'm going to reach forward and hand Sai part of the apple.
Thanks.
And I think I understand you all. And then I'm going to take the last piece of it and I'm going to offer it to Maeve. And I'm actually going to bow my head when I offer it deferently.
Should we
Maeve.
all do that?
Maeve will take it and just lift his chin up. Keep your head high, friend.
All right. And I'll take my adamantine stiletto and I'll just wipe it off and put it away. So, what sort of preparations do we need to make? How long until we are meeting with the Exarch? Maeve, do you have any sort of special preparations that you wish to do? I don't want to step on your party here.
I don't believe so, and I think that the Exarch should be here imminently. He had a few things to wrap up and was going to meet us here.
Very good.
You got any more of that apple?
No, sorry. That was the last. That is why I shared.
Damn. All right.
You should understand this is a great deal. That this is an honor that I have bestowed. Because see, what the orphanage that I grew up upon, you would never share food. You would have to fight others for food sometimes. Food was
You
very
wanna fight?
scarce. Do I want to fight you?
Yeah, for an apple, we can.
Well, if I had one, that could perhaps be funny. But I don't have one, so sorry. I have some pemmican. You eat that?
Some what? Some what?
You have not. You do not eat pemmican. And I'm going to pull out what you would clearly know is like jerky.
Oh,
I'll hand it to you.
oh, yeah, nice. Yeah, I'll take some of that. We got to fight for this.
No, I don't think we have to fight over meat. I think it is okay.
Great, you'd lose anyway. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sure I would. Look at the arms on you. Sai, look at the arms on him, huh? Yeah.
They are arms.
Yes, they are.
Yep,
Yes, they are.
Yes.
I have 2 of them.
I've never been more ready to walk directly into danger. Oh.
That is the spirit, Sai.
Yep.
All because of the confidence that Wraith's arms instill inside.
Of course.
No, to
Wraith
avoid
is
the
doing this.
situation.
Wraith, I have not seen your beach ball. I believe it was this big. Could you demonstrate how big it was for us?
No, I didn't have a beach ball, but the juice bar is that way.
Oh, perfect, perfect. I do not
So,
know what
yeah.
that is, but that sounds great. I mean, look at that NPC art. Or look at that PC art. I mean, look at those guns, man. Not fucking around.
He's a beefcake,
Yes.
for sure.
That was, part of the text that Ian sent me in creating the character Beefcake.
Beefcake.
Good descriptive
Nice.
word.
Just the Abercrombie model jacked. That's what-
So, you all don't have too much longer past dawn to wait for Exarch Ronal. He does make his way out to see you, and as he emerges from the forest, you can see that he is leading behind him a fairly good-sized beast of burden that probably none of you have seen before. It is basically like an extremely large mule that has a mane of feathers around its neck and its muzzle, rather than being like flesh at the very tip, is almost beak-like. And it has small horns that kind of extend off the top ridge of its head, and it is significantly larger than your average riding horse, and any of you that are proficient in nature kind of get the sense that this is a beast that isn't generally used for carrying someone on its back, rather for if it's a beast of burden, it's intended to pull very, very heavy things behind it. So actually, wait. Oh, I did put a picture. You know what? Let me go ahead and put that up there. So this is the kind of animal that that is coming from behind him. It is known as a mulan, and as he leads this creature out, you can see that it is laden down heavily with the supplies and pack and such that that Exarch Ronal seems to think he needs for travel. And in this particular case, those of you that are much more experienced travelers than perhaps the Exarch is know that he has way more than he could possibly need. But it doesn't seem to bother his Milan. He comes out. You can see his face kind of lights up and greets you. As he comes down the glade path leading towards where you stand, he says, "So, I guess it's time to head out. I'm very sorry that it took so long. Morning prayers and all of that. Cordy Loon, we do a lot after the break of day."
Well,
Can
we are
get
glad
one
to
of
have you
those
here.
too? Oh, okay. That's nice.
So any of
It is-
you have such prayers that things that you need to tend to?
We did most of our preparations before you arrived. I think we are ready to go.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Well then. And he just kind of moves around to the side of the large beast of burden, and he seems to have a little bit of trouble, like, hoisting himself up into the saddle of the creature, but does eventually manage to ride up onto it, and you can tell right away that he is not an experienced rider. This is not something that he is used to in any stretch of the imagination, but thankfully the beast seems to not really care, and as soon as he is up in the saddle, it kind of starts slowly trotting over to your horses, and those of you that are experienced in such things would be able to recognize that it's basically more or less trying to suss out who it's supposed to follow, as it's, kind of, snorting around at the horses, each of your horses to see who the lead might be.
Can I pet him?
The Exarch? You might want to ask first.
No, the mule.
Oh.
I just want
Sure.
to pet him. We don't have to do anything. I just need it known on the record that I've pet him.
Sure, if you would like.
Yes, consider him pet.
All right. Yeah, Sai walks over, and the feathers you find to actually be quite soft. Perhaps because it's spring, he is molted already, and it's a fresh set of feathers, and yeah, he doesn't seem to be over bothered much. He leans his head down and bashes you to the side a little bit and starts rooting around for your pouch, where you apparently have food of some kind, but doesn't take much effort to keep from doing that.
You see that Sai looks very light and filled with joy in this moment.
The Exarch kind of looks down at you and says, "Oh, you got away with animals, huh?"
Just this one.
Oh, well, good. I'm afraid that I don't. This is not. Yeah, I don't know.
You'll be fine.
Okay.
Yep.
Do you
Just
know how to
follow along.
feed them? I have
What?
a pack. They gave me a pack that has food for him, and
I wouldn't suggest the open hand method, just not knowing how they eat.
there's some kind
maybe-
of sack thing that has a thing that goes over the
Oh.
top of, and yeah.
Sounds like you've got it covered.
I mean, I don't know how to. I'll figure it out. Yeah.
Yes, you
Cordeloon,
will.
Cordeloon will guide me.
Yep.
So,
I'll go to my normal boring horse.
My normal
oh right, I'm
it's
leading.
It's okay,
I'm
normal
supposed
boring
to.
horse. We still love you.
Yeah.
Right, I forgot. You all don't know where the grove is. Hang on a second. And he goes rooting around in a pack at his hip, and pulls out a map and unfurls it. And then he looks up at the sky, and he looks down at the map, and then he turns it right side up. It's right. Do any of you know how to read a map?
Oh, jeez.
I mean, yes.
Oh, perfect. And he rolls it back up, and he just hands it straight forward to Sai.
So, Maeve, why are we
I know-
following this guy? What is the deal here?
We're gonna die
Why would you die?
in the forest because we don't know where we're going.
Oh, we don't have to worry about that sort of thing. You're traveling with me. I mean, animals of nature, we're friendly.
Okay.
And yet this Mulan confounds you.
Oh, I just don't know exactly what I'm supposed to do to make sure that he's okay. He's perfectly nice.
Uh-huh. Oh, wow. This is opening my eyes quite a bit. I can read a map. Is anyone,
Great.
like, really good at reading maps?
I mean, I know what the map is. I've used them before, but not.
Oh, wow.
I mean, what exactly?
If I'm the best at reading maps, then
I can
then
read the
things will
map.
turn out how they
I
turn out.
think you would do a wonderful job with it. I think you can lead us just fine.
Yeah, let's
And
go
I
for it.
agree. And he like does a quick blessing of Cordyloon and just touches Sai's shoulder and gives Sai guidance. And says, Cordyloon will lead you.
Thank you very much. Do you need me to make a roll for that?
Are you
For
actually
mapping?
proficient in survival?
Oh no, I'm not proficient.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I
go
just-
ahead and roll. You have a D4 added to it.
Okay. Sweet. We're gonna do so well, you guys. This is awesome.
The DC is
your
not high.
bonus?
You have a map, and this is civilization. So
That is a total of 14.
yeah, you're fine. You are very,
Cool.
very, very fine. You are quite confident that you pick up the map is well appointed. It's a localized map, and you can even see that someone apparently very helpfully prepared the Exarch for this trip and like drew the path to take on the map to actually reach the Resonant Grove. And
Perfect.
it like there's roads and routes. You're fine. You have no troubles whatsoever as far as you can tell. So as you all mount up and start making your way out of the city, and is there anything lastly that you would like to do as you are on your horses and getting ready to depart? Because you do have to travel across a significant breadth of the town itself.
Sai would, while on the horse, like just about ready to go, would close their eyes and take a breath and not even say a prayer or anything to Nocturnus, but just sort of try to like feel and fortify their connection through the travel and what's to come.
Sure. You want to go ahead and do, we'll call it a wisdom ability check for me?
Sure. Let's do it. 21.
As you are making your way across the town of Anthium, you can tell fairly clearly, I mean, the people, as you had met on the previous day and throughout the evening, the people are very friendly and open and accommodating and such. But as you're traveling across and they see the Exarch, you can tell that this raises a certain amount of, not suspicion or anything, but almost like everyone is kind of in amazement as to what might be happening, right? And so as you are traveling and you're trying to connect with Nocturnus and you're trying to feel yourself on this journey and settle any potential second guessing that you might have in your own mind, and kind of boost yourself up and almost build up your own confidence for what lies ahead, because you know that there's going to be danger ahead, not even just your destination but potentially the journey as well. You see amongst the people this almost awe in looking at you and your companions and the Exarch, and with each step that your horse takes, your confidence slowly starts to build. And even the people that recognize you as a Night Warden seem to not be taken so far aback by what you are. And they're actually seeing you and seeing who you are more than anything else. And in that moment, running through the various prayers and such in your mind, you think about one of the prayers that is often lended to Nocturnus when ferrying someone's spirit along that is past. That being, the journey takes a single step. The people who walk that path are the most important part. And this prayer kind of resonates in your mind as you see all of these people in awe of you. And it gives you a feeling of great confidence.
Excellent. I will take that.
So the rest of you kind of bear witness to some of this awe as well, coming from the common folk of the town. Do you have any particular reactions? You can see that the Exarch is, as some people do, come up to him, and he leans down heavily, almost falling out of his saddle maybe once or twice, and shakes people's hands and such, and offers prayers, never telling anybody what they're doing, just, Portaloon is sending us on a journey, that sort of thing. Is there anything in particular that any of the rest of you do during this as you are leaving the town behind? No?
No.
Okay.
They were just being respectful of the moment that's happening.
Okay. So, as Anthem slowly diminishes from your sight behind you, you find yourselves following a very, very well-worn path. The roads are not paved, really, here. There's a great number of different civilizations across Ysterra that, have developed very good highway systems and road systems and the like, but you get the feeling that everything here in Transim is just a little bit simpler. The path is worn, and it's very notable, and it's easy to follow, not because of any discernible measures put in place to create a road, but rather because it is used quite a lot. And you can tell very clearly that people of Transim don't stay in one place. Just in how much this path that is not a road and yet is worn like one. You can see, even just looking down, you can see the history of it with each footfall that would have had to have taken to, compress things as it is. There is a clarity in each of you following this path that you're treading. You're taking a journey that many others, for however many untold reasons, have journeyed themselves. It is not new in this place. And the journey itself is long. It takes you, even on horseback, and even at times trying to push your horses just to go that little bit faster, it still takes you more than a few days to start coming close to really reaching your destination. And along the way, you get to see much of the northern reaches and countryside of Transim. You can see spring, the vibrancy of it kind of unfolding all around you. The gray skies and fallow fields of winter have been well long gone at this point. They are a distant past. Even though the winter season may have only ended a couple of months ago, it feels as though this portion of Transim is a land in full rebirth. There are vast meadows that stretch towards the horizon. Their greenery is only broken up by the occasional punctuation of color from wildflower, daffodils, violet, poppies, and the like, just settling across the grassy fields almost like jewels set into the earth. The air itself seems to almost celebrate the crisp purity of it, carrying an intoxicating scent of lilac and apple blossom on it. You find yourselves taking this journey, though, and you're not alone. Not just amongst the group. You certainly don't feel alone in your companions as you look around to each other, but you pass dozens of caravans winding their way along the same well-worn paths that you do, and beyond. You can see, even traveling a road, you can see, far across the various rolling hills, distant sights and sign of caravans off in the distance, seemingly traveling to and fro as well. Pilgrims, merchants, common folk alike, all of them buoyed, it seems, by maybe it's the promise of the new season, or maybe it's something more in these holy lands. There's something different about traveling here that none of you have ever felt before. The landscape itself is an easy journey. Expansive grasslands and farms planted recently. Most notably, you can see fresh fields of wheat showing the first shoots of green, promising to yield a significant bounty in the coming months. There are forests, large and small, that break up the rolling hills. And as you crest one particular hill, a copse of trees kind of standing just off to the side of the hill itself, you see a vast meadow in front of you. It is breathtaking, not just because of the landscape itself, but along the landscape you see thousands of people gathering in this plains meadow. Small copses of trees here and there, several buildings and very small structures dot the landscape all around. Any of you that have any kind of faith in your background recognize easily among them the buildings themselves being shrines, and not full-on temples, but perhaps just small churches and the like that dot the landscape. Dozens of different locations like this all around this vast meadow that is filled with people. Your companion, Ronal, breathes deeply, almost this wistful joy, as he takes in this breath and proclaims this to be the Eldrusian Fields, one of the many sacred expanses of Transim. And here, amid this new growth of spring, the shrines and humble holy sites dedicated to the many ascendant of the world, and the thousands of pilgrims have gathered. As you move through them, you can see that their faces are radiant not just from the sunlight of the day, but also from this sense of spiritual fulfillment from being in such a place as this. There are people from every corner of Ysterra, each bringing with them the colors, traditions, nuances of their own culture. And the worship that you see going on, and not just at the shrines themselves, but in the small gatherings of people here and there, there are many different ways in which people seem to be worshiping. Some, cloistered in whispered prayer, some standing at shrines whilst a figure beside the shrine evokes loudly to those that are gathered. Some simply just gathering and creating floral offerings and leaving them to their preferred ascendant. And then still others raising vibrant voices in song and music, melodies from lands near and far. The air around you is alive with this diverse expression of devotion. And all of you can feel it's almost intoxicating, the sense of faith and joy that is in this place, and the diversity of it, and seemingly how everything is coming together in this welcome place of people from every corner of the land and from every faith. Each of you, particularly Cze, but also Casimir, to a lesser extent maybe Maeve, and Wraith, you do feel kind of caught up in this, but each of you would have your own different and unique understanding of what this means, seeing all of these people gathered in such a way. And I would be interested if you could express that for me now.
Well, Casimir has a very singular connection to the ascendant that he shares part of his life with, I guess you could say. And this is because in the past, there were times when, again, being raised as an orphan, someone who was ousted from society mainly because of the way he looked, or maybe the way that he felt he was punished into being. And there was eventually a time where his world seemed very dark, and eventually there was a light that shone through that dark, and he reached out for it and he embraced it. And it was Sombrius, who is an ascendant, who is he is about darkness, about retribution, things of this nature, but he burns with this inner fire, this ember that is part of the world and how kind of things go into effect. And that's kind of how Casimir is kind of just inherently modeled his life, trying to withstand through a lot of adversity. So this group here of a lot of people sharing in a group, being open with a worship of a deity, ascendant, or an idea, whatever we might want to see that they're noticing that they're really into, is kind of foreign, and kind of feels like maybe it's, for him anyway, it's too much. It's not necessary for it to be that broad. But he also takes a little bit of some comfort in the idea that, much like with traveling with his fellow party members here, there's a certain connection, a certain good feeling that he gets through osmosis of being in the presence of these people openly worshiping and showing this off. It kind of touches him too in a weird way, whereas he's always seen Sombrius as somebody that, as I said, he kind of walks beside, or is one with, I guess you could say, with his, that being the patron he's bonded to. To have it be so openly part of the facade here, it kind of makes him feel more connected with the world.
Sure.
Maeve doesn't follow a particular ascendant, but she pays attention to the fragment of the unnamed descendant that's in her staff, and she can sense the sort of life in it, if you will. And it, I'm guessing that it's similar to the previous temple of Cordy Loon, where there was a sort of peacefulness to it. She's also really familiar with sacred spaces coming from the Bone Orchard, and so she recognizes this as a sacred space. And I think she feels a sense of homecoming, as it were, in being back in a place that is sacred to so many.
Sai is kind of surprised because I think their connection with Nocturnus and the way that they have, I guess, interacted with this ascendant and with, it's been kind of like a one-on-one thing. I mean, there are other night wardens and, but this place where you can feel the energy just coming from the ground itself, and to see all of these people who are just as connected as they are to what they believe in. And I think it's a little overwhelming, but in a really lovely way, especially the reception that they've gotten, or even, like, I guess, the lack of looks from other people. And I don't know, it's a completely unique experience that they are happy to be living through right now.
I think after seeing like the mass like crowd of people, Wraith is he's gotten off of his horse and he's pretty much just leading it by its rein. But the reason why he got off the horse is because he wanted to touch the ground and just kind of feel the energy of like all of these people, and it's kind of tingly, and he kind of has like a half smile, and then he stands up and he hears songs coming from another area and people kind of just doing their thing. And I guess he's just taken back by like there's so many people here, like, and they're all here for the same thing. Like it's a little bit awe-inspiring. Like no one's fighting, no one's arguing, everybody's having a good time where they're in their own space, and it's like waves coming onto them. And then in typical Wraith fashion, he like spins around and looks aside and goes, "Where do you think everybody goes to the bathroom?"
Honestly, I hadn't considered it, but now I'm not sure I'll think of much else for the rest of our journey, so thank you.
Right, there's so many people. This is cool though. And then kind of just goes back into his own world.
Nice. Yeah, and so as you guys are like navigating through the throngs of people here at the Eldrusian Fields, the Exarch will kind of lean over and speak probably to Sai, and he will say, I know we have a few hours left before suns fall, but do you think that we could rest here for the day?
I suppose. Why not? Yeah.
Wonderful. We should find a place to set up camp, and you can look around and see that there's, like, despite the sheer volume of people here, the meadows are vast, and so there's no shortage of places for you to find such a good spot to set up camp. And Ronal just kind of looks around, and you can see that even he is a little bit amazed by it. And you catch him say, almost to himself, "There's so many of them. this season. It's wow. And he seems to also be kind of caught up in it a little bit.
How many are there normally? I mean, how much is this more?
Just to keep things moving, I'll say that you have this conversation whilst looking for a place to settle down for encampment. And he says, well, I mean, spring always heralds, a large number of people that come to the fields. But, I mean, I think the most that I've seen in all of my decades is maybe 1,000 or so. This is something new.
1,000.
What would prompt such a flood of people?
That was my question too.
Don't know. The Curec Knoll, we don't. We normally have pilgrims come to us, and we don't sponsor. I mean, not our particular faction of Coeur de Lune. There are others that sponsor pilgrimages and the like. But yeah, I'm not sure. I would like to get an opportunity. As part of the reason I asked if we could stay, I would like to go and speak to some of these people. Try to learn more about their pilgrimages. I think it's something worth learning.
Of course, yeah, that is good work to be having. Make sure you lead with asking them what their favorite color is. That is a very important, ice-breaking question from what I have been taught from my companions here. But
good to know.
How long do you plan on staying, though? There is a lot of people here. We
can set out whenever you guys, whenever any of you would like. I think just rest ourselves, rest the horses, and morning, perhaps.
Oh, okay.
But maybe slightly before dawn, as long as you all are willing to stop and let me do my prayers as always. Which every day that you all have been on this journey, he has offered to lead prayers of Coeur de Lune.
Well, Maeve is in charge. So, Maeve, do you think that is all right? Do you believe we have time to do this?
I think there could be information to be learned from the pilgrims, and if any of us find anything out, this is a good opportunity.
All right. So you all set about finding a good place to camp. As I had said, there's plenty of them. What are you looking for in regards to a good place to camp? Is there anything in particular?
Is there a higher spot where we can kind of see over a vast area of these people in case something changes? I'm not sure.
I mean, this is a meadow, right?
Uh-huh.
So there's plenty of rolling hills kind of around,
right.
That you'd be able to find one without too much difficulty. Yeah.
Okay.
And you have, your magical tent, which is easy to set up and take down, and the like. So setting up camp is not really a problem.
Cool.
For you guys. As you set up camp, Ronal, of course, I'm assuming that you have been letting Ronal take advantage of your wondrous and glorious magical tent as well. So kind of just leaves it to all of you and says a quick goodbye at departing as he heads off to find. He says he's going to look for some other followers of Coeur de Lune first. So he leaves behind his Mulan and heads out. What would the rest of you like to do?
How close are we to the next campsite of people?
I mean, maybe a couple 100 feet or so. If you're looking for,
Cool.
if you were looking for some place that has like an overlook, that would actually take you just outside of the edge of the meadow. And so, you know, most people are congregated in mass groups, kind of in the center of the meadow, and particularly in proximity to any of the shrines and, you know, that sort of thing. So.
Would Sai have noticed anyone, I guess, bearing any of the markers of a Night Warden?
Give me a perception check, and I'm gonna say it's a disadvantage just because of the sheer volume of people.
That is fair. Nope. I've never seen anything in my life.
What'd you get?
It's a natural 1.
Oh, yeah. No.
For a
You,
total of 5.
You do not see. What's worse, though, is that you mistake a couple of individuals for Night Wardens that are definitely not Night Wardens.
Oh, that's so much worse. I was going to say a bird shit in my eye, but somehow that interaction is like way worse.
Yep.
Oof.
Sai ends up like walking up to a couple of individuals that she swear are wearing like the garb and everything of Night Wardens, and she is immediately taken aback by a couple of followers of Tigor that just completely and utterly make absolute fun. Like, they go along with it for a few minutes, and like it takes Sai like maybe 5 minutes before they finally catch on that
Right.
the individuals that they're speaking to are not Night Wardens, and they just cut themselves up laughing when Sai realizes it.
Well, have a wonderful night. Bye. And they turn around. They're not running back to camp, but like as fast as you can go without being, you know, considered running. Redder than you've probably ever seen them.
I think shortly after Ronal leaves, like seconds after, Maeve is gonna wild shape into a giant eagle and just kind of like watch his progress and see like who he connects with, and then just kind of swoop over the crowd a few times and
As
see
a
if
giant eagle.
Hell,
yeah,
Yes. That's not gonna set anything off.
So let me
It's
just
a
clarify.
sign
Is
on!
Maeve trying to draw attention to herself?
not particularly.
Then maybe don't go with a giant eagle.
Okay, great.
Maeve is wiser than that. Just saying. And you can go with a normal sized eagle.
Perfect.
With a giant heart, though.
Yeah, I mean, giant eagles are just so cool.
I thought
Fine,
you might
a
have done
regular
giant eagle
eagle.
because you wanted to like be prepared to swoop in and scoop
Kind
Ronal.
of.
Oh, okay.
This huge
a
eagle
regular-
just shows up.
But regular eagle is fine.
Yep.
Okay.
Sai just starts screaming, causes a panic amongst thousands of people in a field.
Because that's
What the hell's
smart.
going on? What's going on?
The Alluvance Part 2.
Does Maeve oh god. Ow. Does Maeve give any kind of information to her companions that of what she's doing, or does she just like
Yeah,
poly,
yeah. No, I
poly
think
into the
she-
bird and take off?
I think she would just say, I want to keep an eye on things from the sky.
Okay. Okay, so we've got a couple of interesting things that can potentially happen from this. I have a question for you, Deb. Do you think Maeve has used her wild shape since receiving the fragment of the unknown ascendant into her staff? Because here's the thing about your equipment when you wild shape. It magically is absorbed into you.
I don't think she has. Wait, no, that's not true. She did. She turned into something when we were chasing.
owl.
Yes, I turned into an owl when we were chasing
That's
at the beginning
true.
of the arc. Yes.
Okay. We kind of glossed over then this particular aspect. and that's on me. So I will say that maybe it's because of this place. When she wild shapes into the eagle and sets out, she feels a stronger connection to the fragment of the unknown ascendant than she has felt since gaining it. The emotions are more vibrant, they're more raw, they are more powerful, almost intoxicating in a way. And I think that in these moments, as Maeve does this, she is almost overwhelmed at first by that. She quickly kind of gains control of herself, but she is feeling such strong emotions, stronger than she's ever felt herself. Like, if you could imagine feeling something for the first time and it being like 100 times stronger, like she's experiencing that in these moments. And there's a sense of wonder in the emotion that she feels. There's kind of joy, but some of that joy is almost mirthful, almost like, what is this? Right? And so that kind of expression kind of crushes her own emotions for a few moments. And it takes her a hot second to get control of things. But she eventually does. And as she is flying over the crowds of people, she doesn't lose sight of Ronal for very long. There's a couple of points where she might lose sight of Ronal as he's like just mixing with a throng of people. But she never gets any kind of sense that he's in danger or anything like that. And she also sees him very frequently, particularly like after he gets done interacting with someone or a group of people. As he's walking away from them, he like pulls out a notebook and starts writing furiously. Like, for him, this is like just documenting the experience more than anything else, right? And then something else kind of strange happens. A number of other birds of varying shapes, colors, and species start joining in the skies above. And she can spot other druids, or perhaps people that just have the magical ability to, cast a spell and turn into a creature, or even a few, perhaps, individuals that is just like an inherent magic in their race or ancestry. And within minutes, it seems, of her doing this, there's now this like aerial dance of people in animal form that have joined her in the skies. How does she respond to it?
She's feeling so playful, which she hasn't felt in a long time. And so I think she kind of cartwheels in the sky and buzzes alongside some of the other birds and just really makes a spectacle in certain ways and just enjoys this is almost like Maeve's version of, Wraith enjoyed the fly spell. Maeve is just having the time of her life up here in the sky. She just, once she's noticed that Ronal is fine, she just loses herself in this sort of aerial dance with these other birds.
Yeah, and wherever the flock of aerial artistry kind of moves across the meadow, the crowds below rejoice in it in addition. And you can even see that periodically a few individuals that might possess such, effluent magics as this will shoot off like a sparkle of arcane light into the sky, and it turns into very quickly this huge throng of thousands of people turns very much into a full-on celebration as the evening hours, or as the hours of sunlight slowly start to diminish. What about Casimir? What is Casimir doing in all of this, Kev?
Well, actually, something that he wants to do is, over the years of him basically having his primary thing that he's done for the initiative be infiltrating cults and trying to find assets and build a way to turn those assets to their own goals to get information, he's going to take that same skill set that he's kind of perfected over this time. He's going to use that same skill set. He's going to reach out to different groups of people and kind of see, in a kind of a similar way to what Ranal is doing. He's going to go around, he's going to try to meet with some new people and reach out and actually kind of really, really embrace and get into this idea that people are acceptive of him now. And so he's going to try to, I don't want to say go around, he's going to make friends, but he's going to go around, he's going to try to interact with people and see exactly, if there's, a commonality to everybody and what, what's this bigger feeling we're all sharing right now.
Cool. Love that. Let's have you... All right, so first of all, I will describe for you. It's very easy for Casimir in this particular state to kind of get lost in the crowd, so to speak, right? Something that he's not used to, because most of the time, if he wants to lose himself in a crowd, he has to pull his hood up and use his skills and like blend into the shadows and that sort of thing. And in this particular moment, he's lost in the crowd in a very different way. He's absorbed into it, right? He's welcomed into it in a lot of ways, right? No one questions his faith. No one bats an eye at the holy symbol that he carries around his neck. No one does, no one seems overly concerned that he looks like someone that could kill them, right? Like, he has a darkness to him, but that darkness almost is ignored for the most part. And in some cases, that darkness is welcomed by some of the individuals that he interacts with. It's a new and interesting experience for him. And so I think he's going to need to... First of all, I would like you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Yeah.
Wisdom, you know what? I'll say wisdom or charisma, your choice, because this is not a deleterious, like, no one's targeting them with a spell or anything.
Sure.
So I'll say whichever one of those two that you would like to make. This is more of a, how well does he maintain his faculties as he is kind of getting lost in this, experience.
Yeah. Well, I would love to do charisma because it's way higher, but I'm going to do wisdom because I feel like he's kind of on a certain level wants to be kind of...
You can always choose to fail.
Well, that's that's true. Let's have the story write it out. I think he just no, I'm gonna roll because I think it's so ingrained in him to be on his guard.
Sure. So
rolling, that's 19 on the die plus 6, so 25.
Yeah. So he does get lost in the experience, but it is in such a way as he knows and is aware of everything that is transpiring around him, right? Nothing escapes his notice. In particular, he gets kind of pulled into a couple of ceremonies that are taking place. Like, one of them appears to be a ceremony of like celebration of two people coming together, not in marriage, not in that kind of strength of union, but like two people that have just met and are giving themselves over to their common faith and accepting each other in a deeper connection, a deeper kind of friendship, right? And so he's kind of wrapped up in that ceremony that takes place. And then there's another one, someone recently found out that they are with child. And so there's a ceremony kind of celebrating the notion of new life coming into the world, however many months away that might be. And like he goes from section to section of this, what's turning into kind of a almost Woodstock like religious event, and as he is like going through all of these experiences, he is kind of taken in by all of it. And now I need for you to make we'll call it don't think it would be perception, so I'm going to say it's an insight check.
Okay. Ooh, 3.
Not the 19 this time.
Nope.
Yeah, so as he's moving through all of these experiences and kind of taken in by all of it, there comes one point where he's just kind of watching this group of individuals that are near a particular shrine doing a common, almost silent, very kind of somber and hushed prayer. Kind of, they're not secluded, like they're surrounded by thousands of people, right? But they almost have their own little spot, right? And no one's bothering them. Like even the people that are nearby, maybe 20-25 feet away, are paying respect to what that small group of people are trying to do. And as he's watching those individuals and kind of taking in the somberness and the serenity of that moment, he feels a hand on his shoulder, and he is thrust and turned around forcibly. And standing in front of him is a white-skinned tiefling, pale to the point that it almost seems sickly, like some kind of condition, perhaps, of this individual. Their eyes are like a pale red, to the point that you almost can't see them. Like you almost can't see the irises in the paleness of the eye itself. And they stand there and they look at Casimir. And he feels not adversarial per se with this individual, but he feels an almost antithetical nature about them. And they're just staring at him.
I think he stares back, and at first it's just shock. It's almost like he's never really seen someone like this, despite the fact that he, of course, has seen tieflings before. He is one, but someone exactly like this. And then this feeling that he gets, it's just more of a curiosity starts to build. They definitely have his attention now, and so he kind of just stands there for a moment. The two kind of, I think, square off, like you said, kind of like a strange mirror image to one another in the middle of this field. Two opposing sides that have come together, and after a moment of this, I think he's going to just kind of very slowly, very purposefully, he's going to look at this person and he's going to say, "What is your favorite color?"
The only response that you get is the eyes kind of shift ever so slightly into an almost quizzical position. Like one of them kind of tilts up a little bit, and the eyelids around the other kind of squint down ever so slightly. There is no change to their facial features or anything. And after a moment, Casimir, because they're not being threatening to him, but there's an awkwardness to it. Casimir kind of glances down and he can see a holy symbol around their neck. Go ahead and roll a religion check for me.
Oh boy, okay. Big, nice, fat +0 on this. So here we go. Okay. Oh, that's a 5.
Okay. The holy symbol itself is.
Well, actually, hang on. I'm going to do something. I'm going to use, because I haven't used it all game, so I'm going to use a certain warlock ability that I have from my patron, if I could. I can use the Dark One's own luck. I can basically, once per short rest, I can, whenever I make an ability check or a saving throw, which this
counts.
I can add a D10 before I know the result of the roll. So I don't
Do
know
it.
if I roll a 10, who
Yeah.
knows? But yeah, I think I'm just kind of lost. But then there's this glimpse, this insight that Sombrius. There's a light that kind of snaps, a spark somewhere that comes into view with a 7 to add to that. So that would now be a 12, which might not still be high enough. But
all right. So the holy symbol itself, it's a silver chain and some kind of silver-like metal, probably not adamantine, maybe mithril, 2 circles that are crossed over each other, almost kind of like in a Venn diagram sort of style.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And then at the center where those 2 symbols crossed, there is a 8-pointed star is the easiest way to describe it, kind of rested in between where the 2 circles overlap. And as this individual stands there, you come to the realization that they very likely follow the Ascendant or Loomis, who is an Ascendant of Light.
Mm-hmm.
And whilst none of the Ascendant are rivals, right? No one hates each other. There is no the pantheon of Ysterra is not set up in the way that many other fantasy settings are, where they're at war with each other and that sort of thing. Everyone is working towards a common goal. They might have disagreements on how to go about that common goal, but they are all present with each other, right? Even if they may not necessarily like what someone else does, no one hates each other. But if there were 2 Ascendant that stood in opposition to each other, that had the most contrasting views of everything, it would be Loomis and Sombrius. And so the symbol itself is probably well known enough to a follower of Sombrius. And so as this individual is kind of standing in front of them, Casimir begins to feel a strange kinship to this tiefling standing in front of him. There is something about them that is both familiar and familial in them.
Well,
and as they stand there mute in front of Casimir, they just place a hand in front of them, kind of lean forward, open palm, fingers slightly spread in front of them, and they don't say anything.
Casimir, as soon as they put it up, he almost immediately, he finds that his hand shoots up to do the same motion, like to touch their hand, and he just pauses for the briefest second before he actually does that. His hand goes up, and he stops just a hair. There's barely a hair he could fit between the 2 palms as he puts it that close to it, and he just says, "I am Casimir."
And as the 2 hands kind of sit there a hair's breadth apart from each other, there is a spark that kind of ricochets between the skin of each of the hands, starting at the fingertips, moving down into the palm, and it kind of just ripples throughout the ever so slight gap. And finally, the facial expression of the tiefling changes, a slight curling of one side of the mouth upwards. into a bit of a half smile before they pull their hand away, close their eyes, and just nod their head towards Casimir before opening them back up. And they turn and start to walk away from him.
Maybe do not understand. I was trying to get your name back. I was trying to meet you. I'm saying hello. We are in a place to mingle.
They stop and turn back towards Casimir, and you can now see that their smile has broadened to both sides of their face. And they just simply nod. And the way that their body kind of shifts and they nod, Casimir can tell very plainly that it is respect. And, go ahead and give me another insight check.
Sure. That's a 12 plus my insight. What was my insight? 1, I think it was. Hang on a second. Back to the wrong screen. Yeah, 13.
Okay. They are very much being respectful to Casimir, and he almost feels as though they're unable to answer.
Right.
And they seem to be waiting as they're now looking at Casimir in this slightly hunched over, bowed state.
He also gets now his own kind of half smile that starts on the opposite side of the face as theirs started, coincidentally, and then it's going to actually break into a full facial smile as well as he reaches into his bag and he pulls out a book that he has. Anybody would notice that this isn't like a blank book. This is like a book, something you would read. And he flips back to where the back flyleaf is, and he reaches into his pocket and he finds not a quill, but it's like a charcoal stick, and he writes on it, what is your name, friend, is what it says. And then he kind of spins the book around and hands them the charcoal so they can write the answer on the book.
And they come over, they take the couple of steps back towards see what you wrote, and just kind of roll their eyes a little bit and scoop the pen and simply write, "I heard you. The future may tell." And then they place the pen, or the charcoal pen, back on top of the page and just nod again before turning and walking away.
Well, he's going to try to follow them, and hey, maybe we can hang out, and he's going to, just kind of move after them. And even if it's going to take him further into the crowd to where he's going to kind of be absorbed even more, I think with such a low roll for the insight and everything, I think he's so intrigued he's just going to kind of get pulled into it. Okay. Maybe even in a way that's dangerous to be pulled away from his allies.
I mean, you're all flirting with that danger, but
hey,
after a few steps of that, the tiefling simply turns around and actually places a hand on Casimir's chest as if to say stop.
Mm-hmm. All right.
And then they walk away from him.
Nice to meet you, time will tell.
Give me a perception check, please.
Perception. Oh, nat 20. Nat 20 plus
nice.
5, 25.
As they walked away, you feel a burning sensation building in your chest. And you look down at your holy symbol of Sombrius, which is a black disc that has a flame kind of carved into the center of it.
Mm-hmm.
And next to that black disc, you now see the 2 rings and the star of Olurmis on the same chain.
All right. He just takes this in. It's not normally that easy to get into a different religions group, but hey, these skills, they work the way they work.
Your symbol is still there. They are
Sure.
both sitting side by side and touching, and it's becoming uncomfortably hot. You can see this glow of heated metal where the 2 holy symbols are touching each other.
Oh boy. Well, he is it getting like uncomfortably hot? Like it's gonna burn me? Okay.
I mean, you're resistant to fire, so it's
Yeah,
not
sure.
burn. But if a human were wearing this right now, it would be giving them burn scars on their chest.
Sure. He removes the chain with both the things on, and he holds it in front of him, and he just looks quizzitively at it, like he's trying to figure out exactly what this might mean. And that mirth that he had, that excitement he had to meet this other tiefling, kind of slowly drifts into something else as he then kind of looks up around the crowd and kind of wonders.
Does he leave the two holy symbols touching each other as he holds the chain up?
For the time being, anyway. I mean, if they're continuing to get hot, like in front of his face and stuff, he'll try to do something about it. But
well, I'll give you this with that natural 20. The two holy symbols are melting into each other.
Okay. Well, then he's going to. Is there a rock nearby?
Sure.
Okay. He'll kind of go and he'll lay it on the rock, and that stiletto dagger comes in the hand, and he's going to kind of put it in between them, and he's going to kind of try to do like a twist thing to try to pry them apart.
Yeah. So he pops them apart from each other, and when he does, he can see the warping of the metal that occurred as they touched slowly actually starts to fix itself in both holy symbols. And you can see the glow of them starting to fade.
Interesting. So he'll just stand there kind of wondering what's going on with this. Maybe somebody nearby comes by and offers him a drink, or I don't know, a party sub or something. And he partakes in that, and once they're cool, he'll actually take them, and he'll take both the holy symbols, and he'll kind of take the other one from Ordaloon, and he'll put it into his pouch and put his own back on.
Okay. All right. So Ian, let's bring this back to when everyone's had set up camp and whatnot. What would Wraith be doing for this?
I think as Wraith notices everyone kind of go on their own little journey with Maeve and the sky, and while that's happening, he's looking at other people and going, hey, that's my buddy. I know them. That's my friend. And then Sai in their interaction, and then probably turning to Casimir to say something, and noticing he's not there too, he kind of sits there and goes, well, all right, fine, somebody's got to watch this stuff. And he's taking the responsible road in this one and tending to camp so that when everybody does come back, everything's comfortable, he's still enjoying the
adult
crowd.
In the room.
Being the adult in the room, which is very off character. But I think the reason why is because I think he's still nervous about such a large amount of people, large crowd, and what they're here for. I think he just wants to take a moment to sit and just honestly people watch.
Okay, cool. So after maybe an hour of that, the Exarch Renal returns from whatever conversation he had most recently had, and you can see that he has a couple of necklaces of flowers around his neck, and he is quite jovial and in high spirits as you see him trudging up the slight hill to the camp. And as he reaches where you have set things up, he, with a not heavy sigh, with he's old and he's a little winded and he's a little tired, and so with that kind of a heaving of breath, he sits himself down beside you and is like, oh, I am not as young as I used to be.
Well, years are not kind, and he hands him a drink or something, water, whatever.
Yeah, he takes it and drinks thoroughly.
Yep.
Did you you meet a lot of interesting people?
Oh, I met 5 or 6 that are going to prove to be quite interesting notations when I get back to home and can write things down a little bit more thoroughly. What about
So-
you? You're not going out to meet anyone.
No, I mean, maybe in a little bit. It's just everybody kind of went off in such a hurry. Just want to make sure that we're comfortable for the night. I'm doing what Maeve would do in this moment, while everyone kind of enjoys themselves.
He's kind of watching the birds for a moment. Isn't that what Maeve would do?
No, this is new. It's nice, but it is new. Honestly, that's what I would do. Kind of just run off all willy-nilly and just enjoy myself in the moment. It's nice in most cases, but I've seen that it's causing more of a headache than the time that Maeve's having. Plus, I don't know. She deserves a moment of peace. She's always worried about us.
I mean, this is a place of peace and safety. Part of the reason that so many pilgrims, although usually it's not this many, come here to the fields, because it is known throughout all of Transim, and even places beyond, for its welcome and peace.
Yeah, I can see that. As soon as we got here, I think we all kind of felt that. Do you do you know about the people that we work with / for? Anything about them?
What do you mean?
I'm just saying our, for lack of a better term, employer. The tasks they give us don't really come with the option or opportunity of peace.
Oh. I mean, I've not known very many universities that I would describe in such a way.
Universities, yeah. Well, ours is a bit different, more hands-on than your other universities.
A couple of individuals that I've met from the Salaxian Institute are, well, they're interesting. I'll give them that.
Yeah. I mean, no. Do I look like I'm a scholar? Like, does anything about me say, like, I'm from a university?
Cordelune teaches us that everyone is capable of learning. No one should ever be left behind.
Yeah.
Everyone should be given the opportunity to receive nature's guidance through understanding. And, I mean, you're young, man. But I think you know a lot. I have the distinct impression that you carry a heavy weight on your soul. And that burden is difficult. And perhaps, or I might be so bold, never presume to know how someone might think of things, but I think you found me because you are seeking a balance in your life that you have not known before.
found you. We I mean,
Your life's journey took you to the knoll.
yeah.
You could have asked for any number of exarchs or books. You didn't necessarily need me to take you to the Resonant Grove. I am certain that a man of your skill and your companion's skills, you could have found your own way without even needing to come to the Curric Knoll. And yet, here we sit. An old man with less years ahead of him than the past. And a young man, more years in his future than he has lived. So yeah, I think that your path, that your life has walked, has found its way to me.
And now that I'm here, and I found you, what next?
Well, that's up to you.
Yeah.
You say that you listen to the wind and you usually would be off following whatever voice happens on the breeze to do something new and exciting. But you're not this time. Why is that? Not
Well,
just because of wanting to give your friend Maeve an opportunity to fly amongst the birds. It's got to be something else.
I don't know, it just it seems like any time that I act on those impulses, it's not really the best option for me. I mean, the last time I did that, I almost died because I thought I could muscle my way out. And then after that, my impulse was telling me to just hide away, drop myself off. And then most recently, I had an impulse to ride a boat. And I ended up crashing in the middle of a city. Town. It was a lot of fun. It was terrible. Yeah. See those moments where I just listen to the wind, as you say, follow my instinct. It calls death and destruction. Surprisingly, wow. Like in the moment, Wraith is like, wow, yeah. It's a bit
You
heavy.
lived. You lived and you
Yeah.
learned. Every
It's true.
step we take along our life's path gives us knowledge for life's future. We
Okay.
all have to
That makes
learn
sense.
from walking. You've learned perhaps more than many people would in the same number of years.
I guess I'm just scared that the next time I follow that instinct or step on the path to a direction that I think is what's best at the time, that'll be the last one.
It might be.
Yeah.
And I would tell you that others would think that such fears are normal.
Yeah.
I, though, tend to think of them in a different kind of way.
What's
I
that?
tend to think of them as opportunity. Opportunity to face the things that make us feel as though our life has been lived. I met a man once. He came to me in his last years. He had maybe a handful left. And he felt he never accomplished anything. He had been married twice. His first wife had perished in childbirth, and his second had passed to some illness or another. He had 4 children, maybe 10 or 11 grandchildren. He had worked a dozen different jobs to sustain himself and his family through the years. And yet he felt unfulfilled. He wanted Coeur d'Alene's guidance. He wanted to know what his life was worth. He wanted to know that the life that he had lived had been worth it. That was a hard one. Much harder than yours to understand. And it took all the way to his final breaths for him to realize that the life that he walked was always going to be known. Because every step that he took was with and in service to those that he loved. But he didn't see that until his final breaths. You have an opportunity now. You have an opportunity that some don't get until their final breaths. Realize that your life that you're walking has an opportunity to be known. Just by sitting here and speaking with me, it's known. Traveling with your friends, it's known. You control the destiny to make it known. And he kind of reaches over and places a hand on Wraith's knee, and he says, "You want your life to be known?"
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
He reaches down into his tunic and pulls out his holy symbol of Coeur d'Alene. You can see that it is on a long leather cord, and he unties it very quickly and holds it in his hand, and he offers it to Wraith.
Yeah, he takes it. It's like, all right. Yeah.
You don't have to come to the Curecnal. You honestly don't have to offer a single prayer. Ever. The Coeur d'Alene. Just live your life as though you want it to be known. That's all.
And he kind of just, I guess, grasps a little bit tighter on the holy symbol and kind of shakes it in his hand and looks at it, looks over, and he goes, "Thank you, thank you. I appreciate this." And he kind of tucks it away, like for him.
Pats Wraith on the shoulder. "You're welcome, young man. Now that I've had some rest and recuperation, and you can see that the suns are like falling below the edge of the skyline and the skies are beginning to darken. I'm going to go and take up some more of the revelry. Would you care to join me?
Yeah, actually, I do. Let's go.
Very good. Help an old man up.
It helps him up.
And so the two of you kind of walk your way down into the crowds, and you can see that while plenty of people are moving out and around to their various campsites and such, there's still a lot of noise and commotion and music and revelry to be had. You can see that cook fires are starting to be lit up, and very quickly the smells of meat and food begins to propagate along with the rest of the cacophony of senses that seek to overwhelm all of you in this space of revelry. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is where we're going to take our break. We will be back in just a few short minutes. I encourage all of you to also use this opportunity to get up, stretch your legs, refill your water, and take a break yourselves. We will be back in just, if you're watching us on VOD, a matter of seconds. And if you're here with us tonight, please stick around. We will be back in just a few minutes and see where all of these festivities lead. Bye for now, everyone. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for sticking around and enduring that slightly longer than we prefer break. I forgot my water bottle upstairs and had to go running back upstairs to grab it. All my fault. Welcome back. We are just going to, I think, jump right back into the story here. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you all partake the evening festivities here in the fields, is there anything in particular, the Eldrusian fields that is there anything in particular that you would like to do for your, or have your characters do before we continue on?
Sai would definitely enjoy the sunset here and watching the stars sort of begin to dot the sky. Nothing specific, just I think this is a place that it would feel even more peaceful.
Sure. I mean, you are a cleric of the Twilight, so like this is probably the most important moment that you can think of. And it's interesting because while there are not very many followers of Nocturnus here amongst these thousands of people, you get the feeling that there are at least a couple out there. Even though you may not necessarily be able to go and find them amongst the throngs, you have this sensation that they're there. But also, there are other people that worship in the twilight hour as well. And so the ceremony, the festivity, the rituals, they all continue well into the night, and even a handful of them continue well into the dawn of the following day. So if none of you, I think, are willing to go a night without sleep, considering the journey that you have ahead of you, but there's opportunity that if you wake up in the middle of the night, can't sleep, you could go out and have a drink amongst strangers to, give you that moment of kind of resetting before coming back in and finding a night's rest. But each of you does, in fact, find your night's rest eventually, and in the pre-dawn light of day, just before the suns crest the eastern horizon, some of you awaken. You find Exarch Runal there with you, ready to take on the day. as it were. He's, thanks to perhaps some of Sai's direction, he is getting his Yulin prepared as you guys all wake, and you all join him in doing the same before heading out once again. As you all continue your journey, heading further and further west towards the Resonant Grove, you get this feeling just in the air slowly starts to change in the few days of travel that you have left. It feels, I don't know, perhaps what your familiarity is with being on the coast, but whenever you get within some proximity to the coastal waters, you can almost feel it in the air. You can sort of smell it. You can, like, the experience changes, perhaps. And so some of you that may or may not have seen the Prime Ocean, you can feel a little bit of that in the air around you as you continue to head west towards the Resonant Grove. A handful of days that pass are without event. However, there is something that all of you notice. The pilgrimages don't stop at the Eldrusian Field. There are caravans and the like continuing west along the same path, and in the distance that you can see, as perhaps you crest a hill and look to the north and south, you can see that there are more and more pilgrimages and caravans and such making their way west as well. And as this knowledge comes to light with your travel to the Resonant Grove, this seems very perplexing to Ranal. With each passing day, you get closer and closer to the Resonant Grove. He actually starts to show some signs of concern on his face. And perhaps on one of the evenings that you rest, maybe a day out from the grove, he starts to confide in you. This is something else kind of happening here, and I don't know what to make of it.
What exactly do we know, Maeve, the mask bearer that we are going after? Could this be something they are doing?
It's very possible, I would say. I'm not sure what their aim would be.
I mean, one of the things that I know about is the idea of trying to turn a certain, at least person, maybe even section of a group against its common core by befriending it in a way that it thinks that this is not happening. Maybe the mask bearer is somehow planning to usurp the power of the other ascendants from bringing them together and doing some sort of ritual, some sort of dark currency that could upset the balance out there. I mean, I don't know. I'm just conjecturing.
The Ascendant are behind the Maranthine Gate. The Ascendant don't come to the Resonant Grove.
All right, I'm talking about the mask bearer is going to come here using their crazy masks. They are going to take all of the followers of these other people who are probably going to be seen as foolish or weak or terrible or whatever, and they're going to try to take them and turn them evil or try to destroy them to weaken the resolve, maybe, of those who would oppose. These mask bearers, they see themselves as gods on earth. They see themselves as people who are powerful, who are dangerous, who deserve to be in charge, and they will make sure that that message is seen. Again, I'm just conjecturing. I don't know. I could be completely way off base here.
That's interesting that that's a concern that you brought up, that they're behind the gate. This could be overshooting, right? But from what we saw in the caverns and the tones, What if this mask bearer is trying to get him from behind the gate?
Well, they're in the wrong part of the
maybe-
world for that.
Oh,
The gate's
Well-
in the far northwest of the continent.
Hmm.
Not this. There's no connection here.
Well, I mean, this is the holiest stretch of land in all Ysterra.
there's got to be a door here.
It is like the birthplace of the Ascendant, correct? I mean, that is how these stories go. It is so holy and powerful because this is where the original came from. They appeared
Oh.
here and shown themselves to the people of Ysterra. No?
Well, when they came, there was no people of
Well, yes.
Ysterra. Oh. I don't know. There's just, I mean, maybe once every few seasons we'll get pilgrimages to the Grove. But not like this. This is a lot of people.
Should we
And
start-
I feel like I might have failed all of you in not noticing this sooner. It's just,
No,
those of us that worship the way that we do in the Curak Knoll, not many people come to us. We don't get very many pilgrimages, and the people that do come are often not necessarily followers of Portaloon. So we're not... Pilgrimages aren't our thing, as they are in other religious sects. So I just didn't understand what this might mean, and I feel like that's a failing on my part.
Well, we will
I mean, I
probably
wouldn't-
find out soon enough, right?
I wouldn't say it's a failing on your part. I mean,
No.
if you're not presented with the signs, you can't read them.
You can't fail when you do not know that you are not taking the test, correct?
There it is. There it is.
That's an interesting way of looking at it.
Are you feeling all right this
Strange.
morning? Did you perhaps party a little too hearty last night, or?
But it's been a couple of days since you left, but
Oh, well, it takes the old people time to recuperate. I mean, certainly, Miko, you being venerable and all, you understand this, correct?
thank
Call
you.
back.
Yeah, call back. Right. No. It's not that at all. I'm just, I don't know. I have this growing sense of unease as we get closer to the Grove, and I'm a little troubled by it. Every other time I visited the Grove, it's been with a sense of, joy. Be going. And this time I'm a little trepidatious is all.
I don't think your concern is unwarranted. The last mask bearer wanted to undo the alluvance, so the threat we face ahead is not small.
We should all be a little bit uneasy, really. I mean,
Yeah. Well, if this mask bearer is involved in these pilgrimages somehow, that's an awful lot of people to get rallied behind you. And
Well, then how did they do it?
Or
Why?
like
Well,
that's what I can't quite wrap my head around. The people that we celebrated with in the fields, they were either some amazingly brilliant actors and actresses, or they were just people worshiping as you would expect. I didn't feel anything amiss. Did any of you?
I
What
wouldn't
if-
know what to look for.
what if the mask bearer is drawing followers of the Ascendant here to the holiest place in Ysterra to... I mean, I know the gate is elsewhere, but maybe the mask bearer could lure some ascendant, and I don't know. It feels like maybe the people are supposed to be an audience to whatever's happening.
Or they're bait.
Yeah.
If they summon a crazy creepy from beyond and they're going to eat them all? I mean, is that what you mean?
I mean, wouldn't that get your attention as an ascendant if a large group of your followers just...
Here's the thing,
Go.
though. And this is something that not all faiths truly understand, that the Ascended were here before religion. I mean, faith has existed for unknown eons, as long as there have been people that have, understood and revered the Ascendant. There's been a faith there, but the religion, the organization of religion and people, that's new in the grand scheme of evolution of the world. I don't know. You just don't understand.
It could be the simple concept of power. Well, you think about it, right?
And like Wraith is gonna kind of do one of those like, look at the board type deals.
Well, like you said, right? The Ascendants have always been here. The concept of beliefs and religion is new. Think about it this way: you play music. You've been doing it all this time, but nobody knows about it. People start hearing about it. You become bigger, more famous, more notoriety, essentially more power. Maybe it's the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Look at the board. Look at the board.
I don't see. There's nothing. He just kind of leans over to Maeve. Is he okay?
Everyone looks into the camera. Like,
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I think what Wraith is trying to say is that the zeal of a disciple is a powerful thing.
Yep. Zeal. Yep.
All right. Well, guess we'll find out tomorrow. And he just kind of gets glassy-eyed and slowly drifts over to his cot in the tent.
I think he's starting to realize what we actually do.
Well, he is old. He is stuck in his ways. Does not understand that there is changes that have happened to the board.
No.
No.
He's a smart guy. I don't think he's stuck in his ways. I think he's just now realizing the gravity of what we are actually doing.
Fair enough.
And he's the same age as Maeve, so geez, come on.
Maeve was just going to point that out.
Well, women, they age differently than men. They take their age and
stop it. Cass.
You know what?
Casimir.
You are correct. I'm done.
There it is.
I'm done
There
here.
it is.
Yes.
You know what? We've already asked about colors. Talk about flowers. That's
What is your favorite flower, Maeve?
My favorite flower is one that blooms only in the bone orchard.
Oh, I think I have seen this before. Very nice.
Middle school brain turned on you guys. Sorry.
Yep.
It only blooms in the barn orchard. Really? What is it
You're
called?
welcome.
Oh boy.
It's the corpse flower, Ian. Come on. Get your head out.
Absolutely. I refer to it as the same thing.
Oh.
Wow!
Got him!
Amazing! Well, thanks for watching, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
What a
That's our
game.
finale.
Ysterra implodes. It is gone. Oh,
Anyway, So you guys settle down for the settle down now. You guys settle down for the evening. Rest finds you, or perhaps it doesn't, considering the weight of understanding of things. And eventually, as the morning suns do rise, you wake up and set out the final leg of your journey to the Resonant Grove. As you make your way through these final hours before you reach the grove itself, you can feel the weight of everything bearing down upon each of you, and you share some knowing glances with your fellow companions periodically. There's a lot more silence on this day than perhaps your previous days of journey. Exarch Ronal himself, who normally has a merry little hum or, a tune that gets stuck in his head that he just has to share, usually finding himself, writing in a book or some such as he travels with you. In this particular moment, he seems to clutch the reins of his mount a little bit tighter. Not necessarily white-knuckling things, but you can see that there is a tension within him. There is a weight upon his shoulders that he seems uncomfortable. Something that is not necessarily known to him. The weight that you all carry is perhaps a little bit more known, or maybe you're just easier able to handle such things, but it is there nonetheless. And as each step that you take takes you further and further west, you can also see that the landscape changes a little bit. It is still verdant and green and beautiful and serene, but there's a heaviness that comes with it as well. The forests themselves grow more and more dense. The paths that you have been following, as well as what you have seen in the distance that the various caravans have been following, all seem to be converging, coming closer and closer together. The few breaks that you have in between copses of trees and dense, thick forest, you're able to still see out into the horizons and see that there are indeed plenty of caravans making their way on the journey still. And on one such break, as you crest a particular hill and look off into the westerly horizon, it isn't just the power of the prime sea that you can feel off in that distance, but there is a glow in the air between you and the west. There is something powerful and prominent in the skies above the forests. And you get as you crest one of these hills, you get a view of the forests that are so thick with green and lush tree that you can't pierce into them. Your gaze does not go beyond the boughs and tops of the trees themselves. You take a deep breath and set your horses down on this final portion of the path. As you move through these thick trees, Maeve, in particular, before anyone else, begins to feel eyes upon all of you. In a way, there's a comfort in part of this. For Maeve anyway, there is a recognition in that she has entered into a place not unlike the Bone Orchard in its power and what it represents, and that there is something here that most never get to see in their lifetime. There's a feeling not just in the air, not just in the trees, but even the sounds of the animals that are nearby. Something that Maeve understands deeper than all of the rest. Maeve, your staff as well, begins to take on a slightly different hue. no longer pure bone white from bottom to top. It now has a slight grayish tint to it, as if the presence of the fragment of the unknown ascendant is bleeding out into the surface of it. And she can feel from the fragment a concern. Not fear, per se, but that there is something powerful ahead. And not necessarily something that the unknown ascendant wants to know. As each of you continue on this path, you can feel the oppressiveness of this. Eventually, you all start to see telltale signs of someone watching you. A tree branch moving in an unexpected way. A small creature that rests a little bit too long on the amongst the underbrush that is just staring at you intently. A creature that would normally be afraid of seeing a bunch of people on horseback, but seems not afraid in this moment and just watches you coolly. Your journey plods along, and as you get into the middle of the afternoon light, the sun's rays poking through at various points in trees, all at once, seemingly out of nowhere, a group of individuals, people, just seem to emerge from the tree line itself and join in the path in front of you, seemingly telling you to stop. They emerged from nothing. It didn't seem to matter what your perceptive abilities and how well honed they might be. They simply stand as if they had always been there in front of you. They don't have their hackles raised. There's no immediate sense that they want to cause you harm in any way. But this group of 10 or 12 individuals blocks your path definitively. What do you do?
It was nice for them to send out their welcoming party, eh? Okay, I'm being silly. I know it's not that, but what do they want, do you think?
Who wants to be, who wants to go greet him? Cool, I'll do it.
The Exarch, maybe?
No. If we could, let's keep the Exarch pretty tight close.
All right.
Maeve, I would like for you to have Maeve roll a wisdom ability check, please.
+16 +8. Oh, sorry, +4. 20.
He's still good. As soon as these people emerge from the air of the forest around, she recognizes them. Not for what they wear, because each of them are wearing relatively different clothing. There's no uniform per se. They are all very obviously druidic in nature, but they come from all ancestry and seemingly all walks of life. Some of them don clothing of war, some of them don simple robes or even commoner's clothing. But as Maeve looks upon them, she recognizes them. She recognizes herself in them.
I think she will step forward and say, Hail, friends. What is your purpose here?
As she says that, they kind of look between each other. There's not a confused expression, but definitely one of concern that they all seem to share with each other before the elder man, probably in his late 50s, early 60s, still pretty hale and hearty, but you can see the wrinkles of life, a life that has had some hardship, as he steps forward and in a relatively quiet voice says, "Why have you come here, Maeve of the Bone Orchard?"
We have come because we fear there is a threat to your grove.
Several of the druids behind kind of share knowing glances with one another. And the older man, still locked eyes upon Maeve, says, "And what would you do about that?"
We have some experience dealing with a similar threat. We would like to lend our aid.
This threat that you speak of, we feel it. We feel it coming. But we are not certain that you do not bring it with you.
How may we prove that we are friends?
Asking such a thing is fraught. Asking such a thing of those that would want you to prove friend. But know that your presence is a harbinger. These are not things that are easy to answer. You can start by holding your staff aloft and letting us know what the power is within it that you bring.
Maeve will hold it forward. When we encountered the previous threat, we also encountered an unnamed ascendant's fragment, a piece of an ascendant left forever to guard a place under the sea. I saw its torment, its eternal position, and I offered to do what I could to lay a piece of it to rest. I have not yet been able to do so.
So you bring it to the grove for its final rest.
That is not my intent on being here. If you allow it and the fragment wishes, it may rest here. Otherwise, I plan to bring it back to the Bone Orchard.
Why would you not take upon such an important quest immediately.
You are right in saying that it is an important quest, and one that I do not wish to leave off for too much longer. But this quest and this threat that is before us is perhaps even more urgent.
The winds tell us that you could have completed your quest before coming here, before you even knew of the malevolence that comes for the Grove now. But the winds do not tell us why. So I would have you speak truth if you mean friend. Tell us why you did not finish your quest.
I admit that I let the cares of my own small life take precedence, and I went to see a mentor instead of traveling to the Grove.
Our mortal lives, the durations of which, however extended they might be by our natures, you get the sense that he's implying yours and his, they are insignificant in the grand scheme of the universe and what the Ascendant know, and what they bear witness to. I assume that you know of such fault as mortals are prone to have.
I do.
Kind of turns and looks back to the rest of his companions, and they all share kind of knowing looks. And then he turns and looks back to you. Very well, Maeve of the Bone Orchard. You are of the Grove, and we accept you, despite your faults. We will watch. And they all kind of start to disperse, backing away slowly, and as they come closer and closer to the edges of the forest, they just vanish. They seemingly blend into the trees, or dissolve into the air, or a bushel of fallen leaves just cascades down in front of them, and they vanish from sight. One by one, as they disappear, they all seem to have eyes locked with Maeve. And each one of them has a different expression. Some sorrowful, some hopeful, some kind, some not. But each of them seems very focused on that connection with Maeve as they depart from this space, at least where you can see them. Leaving you standing there. What would you like to do?
Are we okay to press on?
What was that?
It was pretty weird.
I mean, they felt like protectors.
Oh, definitely.
They were reminding me that I have a task and that I have neglected it.
There's still time.
Add it to the list, right?
Do you want us to kick their ass?
I appreciate the offer. I don't think we would get very far with them.
Okay.
They were right in what they said. And they will watch as we pass.
All right.
All right. So we're good? We can just... That's
Yes.
weird that they're going to be watching us. See how they disappeared?
Maybe they're not really here. Maybe... Are we really here?
Or maybe they are still here, and we just can't see them.
Maybe. I mean, I can turn
I
invisible.
pinch
too.
Casimir on the back of his arm.
Ah, what the hell, man? Why?
We're here. We're definitely really here.
I know, I was making a bad joke. I heard the man in the tavern one time. He was standing on a small stage, and he would say these kind of pre-written joke things, and I was just... Okay, it didn't work, all right? It's about context. Let's go. Let's go. I mean, if they're going to let us go in there, let's do it.
Hey, think about it. They just heard you say you wanted to kick their ass.
Oh,
and they're
well, no,
still
what
here.
I was saying was that they kind of were insulting to our mother Maeve, and, you know, I'm not cool with that, you know?
She ain't my mama.
Yeah, that's right. Don't be not cool, man. See,
Okay.
they don't care. Let's go.
As you all are talking like this, you can see that Exarch Renal has basically he's been white knuckling the reins of his mount this time. He is not relaxing in all of this. He has been very silent. You can see that there is like waves of sweat kind of drifting down the sides of his face. And he's fairly wide-eyed as he looks to Maeve. And he says, "You're of the Grove." That's what he said.
Yes.
Okay then.
Ta-da!
Do you have questions?
Oh, I have many questions. But I think perhaps in this moment I am not 100% in a mindset that would allow me to speak effectively to those questions.
Are you all right to travel onward?
Oh yeah. Let's go. Sure. Yeah.
We ride.
So as you all mount back up and continue stepping forward, eventually you find yourselves taking steps that the mounts become more and more unnerved by. And at around this point, Ronal kind of reins in his mulin and sighs deeply and says, "Okay, it's on foot the rest of the way." And he dismounts and kind of gathers up a couple of things, getting himself ready.
Are you going in there with us to see the mask bearer?
Well, first of all, I'm hoping that the mask bearer's not here. Second of all, yes. We
All
just
right.
can't bring these guys. So the closer and closer that we get to the center of the resonant grove, let's just say that they can perceive things in ways that we can't, and it's kind of unsettling sometimes. So,
Sure.
as a
that makes
courtesy,
sense.
we usually leave them behind if possible. Yeah,
Okay.
they should be okay. I mean,
I'm
a
not
handful of
worried
times
about
that I've been here before, I've never lost one. So.
Let's go on
Okay.
foot.
So as you guys dismount, and you can kind of pick up on, if it wasn't obviously apparent, the unease that Ronal has, and he starts leading you all through the forest. You feel the forest kind of oppressing you a little bit, and it's, just density. The sounds of forest animals kind of drift away or too far distant for you to really perceive and hear, but you still have that sensation that you're being watched. And as you continue to weave your way through the forest, you can see other figures in the forest with you. You can see people, pilgrims, commoners, people not unlike those that you met and at the Eldrusian fields, the people that were making their own pilgrimages to that place, and now seemingly this place as well. Every now and then you'll get close enough to one where you can see them and they see you, and greetings are waved to, but everyone seems to be kind of gathering forward and converging on this place. And eventually you find yourselves at a clearing. Within this clearing of trees, there is an ambiance of pure power that resonates throughout the space. This massive structure, standing probably 30, 40 feet tall, these rings that seem to be embedded in the ground. Magical runes carved along their edges, the green moss of life kind of growing around them. The presence of what you feel here is daunting, to say the least. I need for each of you to please make a wisdom saving throw. Your DC is 18.
No, not 24. 20.
19.
Nice.
16.
All right.
7.
Okay. Wraith and Sai, to perhaps a lesser degree, the two of you are completely overwhelmed by what you see and feel. For Sai, it might be a slightly different experience in that what they see and feel is the sheer presence of all of the Ascendant. Like, they can, because of their connection with Nocturnus and their ability to pray to them and to feel them and to commune with them and such, this is not an uncommon feeling for them. But they didn't have to pray. They didn't have to open themselves up. They didn't have to evoke anything. They just feel it, just by stepping in to this space. And it begins to overwhelm them. For Wraith, this is the closest thing to a wholly out-of-body experience that Wraith will have ever experienced. He immediately feels what every other cleric knows. And it almost crushes his spirit. He almost loses himself within it. And he begins to panic emotionally inside. Nothing outward that anyone else can see, but his heart rate begins to escalate and pound in his chest. His eyes begin to, or his vision begins to blur, rather. There's a ringing in his ears that it's louder and louder and louder and louder until it almost reaches such a high crescendo as to want to crush his eardrums. And then, with a snap, there's silence. And he sees the space in front of him, and his heart rate begins to slow. And he hears a voice. Simple, nothing too overpowering, just calming. And he feels this warmth in his chest, in the pocket that he placed the holy symbol of Cordelune as the source. And that warmth begins to grow and spread. And he brings his hand up to his chest almost without thinking about it. And the voice rings in his mind as it says, "Life lived. Life known. Thank you for accepting it." And he has his senses about him once again. Now, all of that for those two took several moments. For the others of you that made your save, you don't suffer any of those kind of debilitating effects to your senses. You're just able to take in this place, and you're able to feel the awe of it. There is power here, and it is amazing and unknowable in its breadth and expansiveness. But for the two of you, Casimir and Maeve, it feels welcoming immediately. And as you kind of step forward, you don't notice at first that your friends don't step forward with you, but you step forward nonetheless and start to look around and take it in. And you can see, as you look around the space, emerging from the tree line in a couple of dozen places, all scattered throughout the space, pilgrims. Those people that had been following, or not necessarily following you, but following their own paths to make it here, they slowly start to emerge, dozens of them, from all around. And they seem to be gobsmacked by what they see, feeling the same things that you kind of feel, certainly feeling the same things, perhaps some of them even to more powerful extent, as Wraith and Sai. And you glance back and you see Wraith and Sai kind of overwhelmed in these moments. So the two of you have an opportunity to do something before they do.
Casimir is going to turn, and he's going to see both of the companions like this, and he's actually going to move over to Wraith, and he's going to kind of, put a hand on his shoulder and try to like stir him, like he's kind of brusquely, try to get his attention. He's trying to shake him and wake him up, kind of thing.
Okay. And Maeve?
I think she's gonna look around at the others and see if there's any, and just kind of look around the whole place and see if there's any like thing that could signify trouble.
Okay. So go ahead and give me an insight check.
Can I use my passive insight? It's 18.
Sure. Don't trust your ability to roll dice?
Nope, sure don't.
Okay.
Not for
Fair
this.
Fair enough. That's what our passives are for. So, yeah, with a passive insight of 18, as you look around, you take a couple of steps kind of closer in. You're still plenty far distant from the rings, right? You're not getting that close, but you take a couple of steps in just to be able to see some of the other individuals a little bit more, with a little bit more awareness. And as you look around, none of them seem threatening in any way. And all of them are just struck by what they're seeing and what they're feeling. And you can kind of relate to it to a degree. And Casimir, as you are shaking Wraith's shoulder, that's Wraith. That's when, you kind of come to. You didn't feel Casimir shaking you, but after the voice kind of leaves, after it says thank you, you can feel his hand on your shoulder, and just all of a sudden out of nowhere, he's like standing right there next to you. Sai, you blink a couple of times, and you come to as well as you feel all of this.
What happened? Are you all right? You both went a little confused for a moment.
It's overwhelming.
Yeah, it's a lot just being here.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't feel that?
I mean, I can tell there's power here. I can feel that the Ascendant's combined strength is in here, but no, I did not feel that, whatever that was.
Oh.
What do we do now?
I don't know, to be honest. Nobody here is wearing a mask, so I'm a bit. I don't know. I was expecting it to be a little bit more straightforward, but do you feel compelled to do anything specific?
We could get closer.
Oof.
What about all these pilgrims? Are they not doing anything?
They seem to be having the same reaction that our companions did.
I don't know if getting closer might be the best, but I mean, that's all we got.
Well, I will go first then, and Casimir's gonna turn. He's gonna kind of just turn and move past Maeve, gives her just the briefest of nods as he moves by, just to have her know that he's sure about this. And then he's gonna walk and try to approach closer to where these ring type apparatuses are, and see if there's something that's gonna happen. Wait if maybe somehow the mass bearer will reveal themselves, or there's a secret door, or I don't know, magical effect to teleport them somewhere. Where.
Yeah. So you start taking a few steps closer. Do the rest of you want to do anything, or are you just waiting, kind of in the back?
I feel like I would split the difference between where we were standing and where he goes. Just kind of follow a little bit, but still give him some space.
Maeve would follow as well. Not directly behind, but not too far.
I think we're all matching that, yeah.
Okay. As you do that, Wraith, you feel a hand on your shoulder. You glance over, you see the Exarch. He is pale, more pale, more pale than normal. All color has pretty much washed from his face, and he seems genuinely scared as he places a hand on your shoulder, and he just says, wait, something's wrong. And as he says that, all of you start to hear what seems like music, song. Someone is singing. And more people begin to emerge from the edges of the forest. More of these pilgrims, more of these common folk.
No.
Except that one over there, one on the very far distance. Periodically, every now and then, one of them is emerging from the forest, and they seem to have a song in their voice, almost like hymnal, religious in a way, divine ceremony, a music about what they're saying, about the music in their voice as they emerge from the forest. And it's 1, 2, 4, 7 more emerging all around this forest. And as this song begins to grow louder and louder in the area, you can see the magic in the runes that has been slowly pulsing with light. You can see it shifting hue. You can see it growing more vibrant, repeating faster, getting brighter. And after a moment, after a number of moments, maybe a minute, you're not sure how much time actually goes by, songs become louder, and as they reached their crescendo, there is a burst of bright light that fills the space. White, golden light that just cascades around everything. I need for each of you to please make Constitution saving throws.
Uh-oh.
DC is 15.
9.
There's that roll.
20.
12.
What'd you get, Ian?
11. I got an 11.
All right.
Have fun storming the castle,
Oh.
Sai.
I've got this.
Sai, maybe perhaps it's their connection with the twilight, it's their understanding of the dark that gives them the edge in this moment that they know to shield their eyes before everyone else understands what is happening. The light cascades and blinds everyone. Sai, you were able to blink through it for several moments, and it kind of the white that fills your vision, the dots that kind of linger and all of that, you're able to blink and wipe, and you can feel that your eyes watering and such as you wipe it away, and you see standing in the center of the rings a golden figure, feminine in appearance, black hair peeking out from underneath a golden cloak and clothing or armor, it's hard to tell, wearing a golden mask upon their face. This figure stands in the center of the rings, and you can see this power being pulled out of the rings and towards her. The others can't see this in this moment. Only Sai. As the singing has stopped, there's still a melody in the air. There's almost like an echo, like an after echo of the sound. What would you like to do?
Well, okay. So, I will Nope, not that. Yeah, I am seeing this happen. I'm recognizing that my companions are not. And so
Yeah,
I
they're
am
all like
going
covering their eyes and like,
get it
doing
together,
that.
guys. I'm gonna start by dropping a moonbeam on this figure.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the range on Moonbeam?
120 feet.
Okay. So you do have to take a few steps forward
Sure.
to kind of close in distance a little bit in order to get within 120 feet of the figure. And as you do that and you begin to weave your spell, their form shifts and their attention is drawn to you. And you see the black void space where their eyes would be. And it seems to pierce deep within your soul. And you finish casting your spell. What is your
That doesn't
what
sound
is what does
good.
size moonbeam normally look like?
Oh gosh. I mean, it looks like straight moonlight, truly like a beam of the clear white bluish light that casts shadows on the ground. But it is generally a light sort of appearance.
So as this moonbeam comes crashing down upon this figure, Sai channels their wrath, their divine wrath into it, and clenches their hand in a gesture of like trying to cause imminent magical harm to this golden woman. And as he clenches that fist and the moonlight cascades down, enveloping this person, as soon as the light comes into contact with them, they see a pulse, a writhing of golden energy that mixes with the moonlight, that shifts and changes and alters the moonlight to be golden itself. And in the blink of an eye, Sai sees the moonbeam angle changing towards them, towards not just Sai, but to all of Sai's companions, as well as this golden altered beam of light cascades forward and encompasses all four of their companions.
I love this for us right now.
What's the normal
Glad I
saving
could help,
throw
guys.
on Moonbeam? It's Constitution, right?
Yep. DC is 16.
Okay. I need for all of you to make Constitution saving throws. Everyone but Sai is at disadvantage. And the
fuck.
Disadvantage
DC
too.
and the DC is 26.
I have a feeling I'm gonna
Oh,
fail because there's no way I can roll that.
Natural 20 does succeed for me.
Oh, I see. Okay.
What about 8? Does 8 succeed?
8, unfortunately, an 8 does not succeed.
Okay.
Well, Miko, how
I got a-
about a 5?
Nope, that one doesn't
Cool.
succeed either.
Crap. Okay, I got a 21, but that still doesn't.
Way to go, Beth.
Yeah.
got a 14.
Okay.
Oh, and I cast this at 4th level, by the way.
At-
Oh,
That was my
sure.
intent.
What
Yeah.
would the damage what would the damage be on Moonbeam at 9th level?
I don't know.
Well, doesn't it go up in
add
damage?
add a D10 every level. Oh. Okay,
Okay.
so
Do
it's
it.
9 D10.
Does it max out at a level before that? At all?
What's the base damage, and what level spell is the base damage? It's your spell.
It's a level 3. Yeah, level 3, and it's 3d10 at level 3.
Okay. So yeah, it would be 9d10. Why don't you go ahead and roll 9d10?
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
Beth.
another D10 for each slot above second, so
Oh god.
it would be 11 D10.
What?
If she's casting it at 9th level, it's 11 D10.
No, it's 3d10 at 3, so it would be an additional 6, so it would be
6, okay.
9d10.
9 D10, okay.
Come on, Kev.
Hey,
Isn't it fun to watch all those dice roll?
But wait.
There's more.
Yeah, it's just no, that's it. Yeah, that's 47 points of radiant damage to me and my friends.
Okay.
how much?
So all of you take 47 points of radiant damage.
Cool.
Yeah.
Hoo-ah.
Yes.
And so as this just powerful beam of golden moonlight envelops all of you, you can still feel it upon your form because Moonbeam doesn't go away.
Fuck.
Yeah.
It's a persistent
Mhm.
spell.
It is
Uh-huh.
real persistent.
And so I'm gonna go left to right here. I need Casimir feels this wave of radiant power crush into him. Yeah. So go ahead and roll for me a D8
D8.
because I'm going to assume that he is attempting to get out of this beam of
Oh
light.
yeah, he'll try to. Yeah. All right, D8. 6.
Oh, something also I forgot to mention, Beth, because you can actually, Sai can actually see this. It's not a 10-foot beam like it normally is. It's a 40-foot beam.
Of course it is.
Well, that's what it is. When you cast it.
What'd your D8 be, Kevin?
Yikes.
6.
6? Okay. So I'm assuming that your action is going to be attempting to get away from this searing pain.
Yeah,
light.
I'm gonna try to just move backwards. I mean, at first it's like moving backwards, and then kind of have stumble, try to turn, and try to make into a run, just kind of almost in a panic, realizing that our goose is about to get cooked here.
So you stumble into Maeve, and I need for the both of you, please, to make dexterity saving throws at disadvantage.
Disadvantage, okay.
You know, Moonbeam has never really worked in my favor in this game. I don't know why I bothered.
7.
Natural 1 for a 3.
Oh my god, you guys. This is
God.
amazing. Yeah, you two stumble, like, Casimir stumbles into Maeve, and Maeve inadvertently, like, sticks the bone staff between Casimir's ankles, and the both of you just kind of topple over and on top of each other in this mess of
Nice.
blind people upon the, in a pile upon the ground. Yeah. Do you have any action that you could potentially take in this instance? Casimir?
Who, like us?
Yeah, Casimir. I said I'm going left to right.
Uh,
Like, is there something action-oriented that you could take while blinded, prone, entangled, and, in lots of pain?
Embarrassed.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
my-
embarrassment's going to come later when he sees
my
the
pride-
VOD.
Yeah, my pride is very hurt. I'm double checking. No, not really, to be honest. I have a racial thing that I would like to do, but I don't know if I would just I could take the soul of the pants action. You're damn right, Bleak. You're damn right. Can I, like, by instinct cast a spell that's given me by my race rather than my training?
What's the spell?
darkness.
I'll allow that.
Okay. So as I kind of land on top of Maeve and we slam into the ground, I kind of half roll on top of her and like try to start covering her so that I'm trying to block the damage physically.
Mhm.
And then I'm going to inherently, there's a like the energy of a darkness tries to spread around me to protect us in like block the light somehow. I don't know if that'll work at a game.
Sure.
It's just instinctively what happens with
Yeah,
my character.
totally get it. Totally get it. Can Sai see in magical darkness?
Yes. Hang on, let me just clarify because I've got special
I
stuff.
know he's got that special dark vision, but I don't know if it lets him see in magical darkness.
No, it's just a crazy range.
Okay. Sai is also now effectively blind.
Cool.
So,
Hell yeah.
Go ahead and roll a d6 for me.
Which one of us?
Okay.
Sai. Sorry, Beth. It's now Beth's turn. Beth, have Sai go ahead and roll a d6 for me. I'm sorry, not a d6. It's a d8. Direction. It's a cardinal direction
Great.
thing.
Love that even more. 6.
Is darkness concentration?
I'm not entirely sure how it works as a racial ability here.
It's
If
the
it
same
just
spell.
Works
It's,
like regular, like the spell.
it works just like the normal spell.
Then I believe it is. Let me double check.
Okay. Well, Sai has joined the pile.
Hell yeah. It is a concentration spell up to 10 minutes, yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna say just for giggles that both Maeve and Casimir take a point of damage as Sai
Cool.
falls on top of them. And so, Casimir,
Insult to
you can
injury.
do a
Shit.
concentration check for your darkness, please. Your DC is 10.
Do I take a point of damage for
Yeah,
falling on them?
sure. Why not?
Okay, does that mean I need to make a concentration check on my moonbeam?
You're not concentrating on it.
Oh no! Okay.
Yeah. That's why I got souped up.
What'd you get, Kev?
Stole your spell, man.
What'd you get, Kev, for your Constitution saving throw for your concentration check?
Oh, I didn't realize I was making one, so let me make one right now.
DC 10.
Yep. 9. Oh
Okay.
no, 10.
Okay, you do maintain concentration on the darkness then. Sai still can't see.
Great.
Is there anything that you'd like to try to do, Beth? As you fall into the pile and are in immense pain from the golden moonbeam that you can't see anymore.
Okay, quick cue for you.
Mm-hmm.
I've fallen on my friends.
Mm-hmm.
Can I differentiate which one is Maeve? Just start feeling faces.
It'll take you
She's
half
the
a
one without
second, but
horns.
once you get to certain parts of the anatomy, whichever one you're feeling up, you'll know.
Perfect. I am going to. Do I cast another spell? Yeah, you know what? I'm going to cast a spell. I am going to, after probably groping everyone, I'm going to put my hand on what I think is Maeve's shoulder, and I'm going to. I'm embarrassed that this is happening. I am fucking furious. And I feel like a total bag of shit for hurting my friends. And so I'm going to pull healing energy from myself to give to Maeve, and I'm going to cast life transference.
Okay.
So
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna. Wait, where's that?
That's a cleric spell, y'all.
It's
Yeah.
clear you don't have to see your target, right?
Oh yeah, because you can't see.
No.
Does it
Wait.
say it as long as it
Yeah,
doesn't?
it says that I have to see.
Sorry,
Fuck it.
sorry, Beth.
If I attempted it, do I lose the spell slot?
No.
It's fine if I
No,
do.
No.
It doesn't matter.
don't
We're all
attempt it.
dead.
All right,
Okay, well, that's what I don't do. That's fine.
Deb, do you have anything for Maeve at this point that she can do, given the situation of being kind of entangled up in a lot of pain and prone and blind?
I mean, she can feel Sai groping around and is gonna grab Sai's hand and cast Death Ward.
Does it? You have to see your target.
It does not. You
Okay.
touch a creature and grant it a measure of protection from death.
Interesting. Okay. Death word in time for Beth's internet connection to die.
Yep.
Hey, Beth's back. Sai
Briefly.
has death ward now.
Great. Thank you.
Is this from the staff, or is this from
It
spell
is
slots?
a druid spell from
Okay,
my
I was just
circle,
checking
yeah.
if it was one of the things you had charges for in your staff.
It is
or
not.
All right. Wraith. Roll a
Don't worry,
D8
guys. I
for
got
me.
this. Yeah. All right. I got a 7.
Okay. So it's not a 6, so you don't join the pile of people in the middle of the path leading
Good.
into the resonant grove. But you're trying to move to get out of this pain, this field of pain that is around you. And as you do that, I will say that you do stumble into what's that word? Exarch Ronal. Sorry, I just saw the message from Deb. Is
Okay.
it from your staff or is it from you? Did you prepare the spell, or is it a spell from the staff?
Right now I have it both. It's a Circle of the Grove spell, so it's automatically always
Okay.
prepared.
Okay, so
And
I
it's
just
a
need you to
staff
tell me
spell.
then, are you using it from the staff or are you using it from your spell slots?
I will just use a spell slot.
Okay, great. Cool. Yeah, all good. So yeah, Ian, you stumble into Exarch Ronal. You can feel him, you can hear him, you can't see him. He is obviously in agonizing amounts of pain. And as you stumble into him, you grab onto him and he grabs onto you. And he just says, What is happening? I can't. I don't.
That's the it's the mass bearer. That's yeah, I can feel it too. It's not good. You need to get out of here.
Where's Cordeloon? And he's feeling up. He's feeling up your chest to find the holy symbol of Cordeloon. His hand eventually does find it in the pocket that you had placed it in, and you feel his hand kind of wrap around it. And you can't see, but you can feel this arcane warmth coming from Ronal. And he begins speaking in strange, arcane utterances. And he says, It's okay. I know now. I know the path. And it's your turn.
What?
And he says, he's accepted. And I need for Wraith to please make a wisdom saving throw. And you can choose to fail it.
I'm going to choose to fail.
Okay. Wraith is overwhelmed. I mean, he didn't have very much in the way of senses right now anyway, but he is overwhelmed all at once, completely unable to hear anything. He can't feel anything. He starts to panic, and all of a sudden he feels this immense amount of pain in his arms, on the insides of his forearms, between the end of his palm and the crook of his elbow, just
Not my bustling biceps.
rippling with burning and agony like he has never felt before.
If being that no one can see anything, you hear a very deep guttural howl come from Wraith that I'm sure you probably only heard him do when he's snoring. It's worse than that. It's so bad. It's like, it's soul shattering. It's that bad. Yeah. Oof.
All
I'm not
right.
gonna do it for headphone users' sake, but
Yeah, please don't.
it's bad.
We all thank you for not doing that. Yeah. So now I need for all of you to please make another Constitution saving throw. DC 26.
Oh, what the hell?
6.
Oh, jeez. 16.
22.
14.
Okay.
This is not
Because I
right.
don't want to do that. I'm not going to do this to Beth. I'm going to go ahead and roll the damage here for you, so that you don't have to.
No, it's okay. Make me feel the pain.
I already rolled it. Yeah, so all of you take 42 points of radiant damage.
Uh-huh. I would be down, but I have
Down.
1 hit point.
You have 1 hit point because of the death ward? Or you
Death
have 1 hit
ward.
point because it was not enough to bring you below 0?
No, because of the death ward.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Casimir falls unconscious and his spell drops away.
Okay.
Well, now we can see.
Well, I could see anyway,
Right.
because I can see in magical darkness. But
Except you were blinded.
Oof.
So I'm assuming that also brings Wraith to below 0 as well? Yeah, okay. So as the 3 of you fall unconscious, Sai, the darkness fades. You
Yeah.
can...
Good, I can see all my friends dead on the ground from the one thing I did.
Well,
Cool.
yes. You look
Yes.
around.
Yes.
And everything is hazy. Everything is bathed in golden, radiant light, making it hard to see. You're not sure what you're seeing. Most immediately, you do see the slightly, misshapen, mangled versions of Casimir and Maeve, that have their kind of limbs wrapped up in yours. And you kind of lift your head up a little bit. It's pounding with the beat of your heart as you look at, and you're looking around. You see Wraith over not too far away from you, and he's down upon his knees, and he seems to be like hunched over, and you can see he is hugging Exarch Ronal. And Exarch Ronal is like small and withered in Wraith's form. And you can just barely see like his robes and like his arms and such like that, as you see the 2 of them kind of knelt down into each other upon the ground. And then you kind of cock your head backwards so that you're looking upside down towards the Golden Lady. And it's hard to see that far because the pulsing of this radiant light, this golden radiance, is coming from her and crashing over you, and your vision starts to blur, and it's hard to see anything in that. What do you feel in these moments?
I don't feel afraid. But I do feel utterly defeated.
Okay.
And yeah, that's the feeling.
All right. So, Wraith, awareness drips away from you, and you aren't sure what's happening. There's fleeting consciousness, and your experience of life seems to be fleeting. This isn't a drunken haze. This isn't one of the many, many other times in your life that you have almost died. There is a brightness to the space around you, a warmth. And slowly, color starts to come into your perception. Your awareness starts to take shape. And you are sitting in a green glade. There's a babbling brook nearby. There's a small pool of water, like the kind that you feel someone with more faith would look into for contemplation. And you sit upon a stone next to that water. You're not wearing the same clothes anymore. You're wearing the green clothes of the Exarch. And you hear, before you see anything, a familiar voice. The voice that, seemingly not moments before, although time is weird now, had said thank you. You hear, welcome. And emerging from the trees is this being that doesn't match description. Seemingly made of all living things. Its face, humanoid, but shifting back and forth between different kinds of humanoid creatures, seemingly made up of all living being. There's a figure there in front of you. And in her quietness, in her welcoming, she says, well, that was a life known to some.
I didn't hear what you said, Miko, at that last bit. I'm sorry.
That was a life known to some.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm a bit confused, but yeah, life known to some.
This is what you might call a crossroads on the path and the life that we walk. You're not dead. Yet.
Oh, okay.
You, my friend, you have seen many things that most would not be able to sustain themselves through. You have walked in ways that are difficult to comprehend. And as she's speaking, you can hear her voice changing, the tenor, even the inflections change as she speaks, as if she is speaking in all of the voices that have ever spoken. I do not know what it is that you want, young man. You are at a crossroads to moving on, to leaving everything behind. But you had an opportunity to return, to accomplish more. Would you have the will to do it? Would you have the capability in yourself, the belief in yourself? Or even the desire? Would you want to return?
I've never really thought about it before. I guess I never gave myself the opportunity to think. Yeah.
Well, it's interesting. In this moment, we have eternity and moments. We have nothing and all at once. We have the opportunity now. You must decide. There is hardship ahead. There is difficulties, certainly. But there is also an opportunity for hope. There is more to what can happen in the future if you would let it. And most importantly, they are your friends. Would you be the one to save them?
If I can. I'll be honest with you. I don't really think that my purpose is worth the ink on a paper, but I can't let my friends be alone.
Well, then it is a good thing that the memories that we care, that we bring and that we share, are more valuable and more permanent than ink and paper. Go. And she kind of gestures towards the pool of water. Should say they. Take the step. Plunge yourself into the path once again, and let your life be known.
Like Wraith legitimately looks at the water and's like, oh. And looks back up at them and
They're
stands
gone.
up and go, oh, they're gone.
Oh, just me. Here we go.
And then just like jumps right into it.
Take the step forward, you leap a little bit to crest and make sure your entire body dips into the pool, and what seemed like just 6 inches of water you fall into as if it was 600 feet of water. And there's a brief moment where you feel panic, like you did when you jumped into the Sea of Entrescal. And as fast as that moment occurs, it's gone. and you feel at peace. And then you blink once, and when your blink finishes and you open your eyes again, you are standing in the same space that you were in before. Now you're wearing the robes of the Exarch. And you look around, you see your companions on the ground in front of you. You see this radiant golden light surrounding them and you. However, it doesn't seem to be touching you, Wraith. It seems as though it ends at you. You have this understanding, this knowing in this moment that magic can't touch you, and that you need to act quickly to save your friends. You see Sai amongst the other friends that are obviously dying in this moment. Sai barely clinging on to life, looking back, their head tilted awkwardly and upside down, gazing at the golden masked woman in the distance with utter despair upon Sai's face. What would you do in this moment, Wraith, if you had any power that you wanted?
If I had any power, I would use it to get my friends back standing.
Sai, you feel the absence of the golden light before you see that it doesn't seem to be harming you anymore. Your head kind of in that awkward looking upside down angle rests back forward, and as soon as your gaze drifts enough, you see Wraith stepping forward. He's wearing the red and green, or amber and green robes of an Exarch. They're not Ronal's robes, they're similar. These ones are sleeveless and, a little bit, perhaps, tighter in certain places on Wraith. And he steps forward, and you can see in his gaze this peace. And you can feel a power that you've never felt in Wraith before. And as he reaches an arm forward, you can also see a string of arcane runes carved into the insides of his wrists, much like what the Exarch had. And he is reaching towards you, and he reaches down and places one hand, and he places it in such a way that his hand actually physically touches Casimir, Maeve, and Sai. And in that moment, all three of you are returned to full hit points. Conscious, no longer blinded, and not feeling the pain and agony that you had been feeling. You have this moment between you.
Hey, how you feeling?
Sai just has tears, so many tears. But I think they're kind of speechless right now.
It's all good. I chose a different path, but I can't walk it without you guys. So, how about you get off your ass?
I get off my ass.
You clutch onto Wraith's hand, and he kind of hoists you up. Casimir and Maeve, the two of you kind of come to consciousness and wherewithal, gaining your senses back about you at this moment as Sai is being pulled out from underneath of the two of you.
I'll help Maeve to her feet. Well, let's finish this then, huh?
You both see this new formed wraith standing amongst you. He seems taller somehow.
Yeah. Still sleeveless, bustling, rippling biceps. Hey, how you guys feel? You all right?
Oh, yeah, I feel great. I cannot believe that Sai tried to kill us with that. That was crazy. But,
That
in the
wasn't
heat of
Sai.
battle, I know it's not what she meant to do or what they meant
Got
to
it.
do.
Gotta
That
work on
was-
those jokes.
Probably too soon, Casimir. It's gonna be a few centuries before that joke will work for Sai.
Nothing.
Maeve looks at Wraith.
Well,
Those robes look good on you.
yeah, I didn't think green was my color, but you know what? I kind of like it.
I don't know. The robes, they cover up the abs and the pecs. You can't see that anymore. Just the arms, which is good. But, you need to get the whole package for those that
Yeah,
look at you do your work,
that's
Wraith
fine.
does kind of
Takes off
glance
his shirt.
as you go to take off the upper portion of the robe. Bearing in mind you would have to disrobe entirely to do that. Wraith, you
Oh, wow.
notice the arcane runes on your arms that were not there before, and they match Ronal's, or at least the ones that Ronal used to have. You turn and look back to Ronal's body, and he is dead, most definitely, and the magical runes are no longer present on his arms anymore. And there's this instinct that you have to jump over and lay your hands upon him and return him to this world. You catch yourself and you realize you can't. That your friends were teetering on the verge of death and you healed them. You can't just bring someone back like them, like the Exarch.
Oh man. I think I take a second and I kneel next down to the body and I just kind of like whisper or lightly say, "Thank you. I'll continue it from here."
And the four of you turn, or Wraith stands, turns, looks back at the three of you, and then you hear this song building at the center of this place, at the center of this grove. And you all turn and look towards the golden light that has been blocked. It hasn't gone away, but it's been blocked by whatever power that Wraith seems to possess in this moment. And the four of you turn and look back towards this being. You see the golden lady in her mask standing there, unfazed, unmoved by what is transpiring amongst you. And you see that maybe she's moving a little bit slower than the rest of you. What would you all like to do?
Roll initiative. Kill this bitch.
We don't have to have initiative in this moment.
Cool. I want to run forward. I want to grab her fucking face.
So aggressive.
Okay.
Rip the mask off of
Casimir
her
is
face.
charging the golden lady.
Yep.
Is there? Can I use a reaction to stop Casimir from doing that? Just from, I don't know, previous experience of rushing a mask bearer.
Well, here's the thing. Kevin, do you feel like Casimir would listen to Wraith in this moment if he yelled stop?
Oh, sure.
Okay. Then yes.
Okay. That is not how we're going to get her. Trust me, I know. You don't want to touch that. How about this?
And so, being that she's moving slower, I want to kind of gently approach to see if that suppresses any of like what she's got going on. I'm not rushing her.
Okay. So as Wraith walks towards the Golden Lady, all of you get this awareness that as Wraith is doing this, this strange time dilation that is occurring is diminishing. So you have less time to react now. So I'm going to come back to each of you in turn. I'm going to start with Casimir, or with Kev. As Casimir comes to this awareness, he has this single moment, an opportunity to do something. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna cast Charm Person on her.
Okay. And what is your goal with casting this charm person?
I want the Golden Lady to just, chill the hell out, be cool, man.
All right. And Beth, what would Sai do in this fleeting moment?
Yeah. Why not? Just a fifth level guiding bolt. at
Okay.
her.
And Deb, what would Maeve do in this fleeting moment?
Maeve would cast Wrath of Nature, which means that the spirits of nature in the area would rouse and cause grasses, trees, roots and vines, and rocks to come to our aid and attack.
Okay.
That's sick.
And Ian, what is Wraith doing in this moment as he is approaching? What is Wraith's intention to do in this moment as he's approaching this golden lady?
Wraith's intention is to get within melee range of them, and doing so brandishing glass carver to get a blow with that.
Okay. So as all of you descend upon this figure, casting and pelting spells, the ground itself seeming to roil with wrath, hurling rock and nature upon the figure, radiant power just pulsing out of Sai as much as Sai can muster, and then a precision blade digging into the chest of the golden lady. All of you pound with magic and steel and nature upon the figure of this woman, and every point of piercing, every injury, every spot at which you cause harm begins to glow with golden radiance upon them. And Casimir, who is the only one not taking aggressive, harmful action in this moment, Casimir understands that they're about to explode. They're about to rupture with power that may not be contained.
They as in all of us, or they as in the golden lady?
The golden lady.
Mm-hmm.
Please make for me a charisma saving throw.
Oh, you're so charismatic. Let's go.
Yeah, I got a plus 10.
Let's do it.
Your DC is 20.
I get exactly 20 with my 10 and 10.
Beats and beats.
Kev,
Yeah.
explain for us what it is like to speak to Sombrius, the Dark Flame.
Um, Casimir's experience in speaking to his patron is one in which he doesn't actually physically say words. He just basically has thoughts, has desires, and he knows that that flame and that's kind of how he's always seen Sombrius. I mean, he's done research and stuff to find out exactly what Sombrius is and what his actual form is. He's never physically met him or talked to him or anything like that. It's not that kind of bond or anything, but he just imagines in his mind's eye a flame in an unending dark that he can speak to, and that flame understands and feels what he's conversing about. It's more just a feeling that, it's just a feeling that basically whenever he is feeling the communion with the flame, it's almost like the flame burns in him. It's almost like his communion with Sombrius is just an extension of himself. Because long ago, when he found him as a child, one of the times he was beaten by the normal children, that flame is what gave him strength, that retribution that's supposed to be in the world, that power that is supposed to be used to protect others. It's just always kind of just been there. And so it was only through research that he learned it was Sombrius. So it's a very unique. So he doesn't actually physically talk with him. He just so much as knows that his deeds are done in the vein of what Sombrius's teachings are about.
Gotcha. So, in this moment, he talks to Sombrius. Maybe for the first, certainly the most direct time ever in Casimir's existence. He knows Sombrius is here with him. He can feel the presence of Sombrius more strongly than he has ever felt Sombrius before. It's the Grove, for certain. And he feels a hand on his shoulder. Then he feels another hand on the other shoulder. He looks to one side, he sees Sombrius's black and flame form. Hard to make out the detail. There's something in the way of seeing them fully, seeing them with clarity, but he knows it is them. And then he looks over the other and he sees the antithesis. He sees a pure white and golden form on the other shoulder. And as he is feeling this, he is clutching his holy symbol of Sombrius, but then he feels he feels something else in his other hand. He feels metal. He looks down and he sees the other holy symbol, the one of Orlumus. And in his mind, he hears in Sombrius's voice the darkness. And then in another voice that is unfamiliar to him, and the light. And then in unison, they both say, can contain this. And then the hands just kind of fall off of his shoulders, the forms disappear, and in that same kind of strange dilation of time, Casimir has a choice to make.
Casimir, he has that other amulet, the one that he got from, I'm going to say, the albino tiefling. I'm not sure if that's what you were going for, but and as he glances down at it in this moment and he sees everything going on with the golden lady and the light starting to burn and come out of her, almost like her golden aspects are kind of molten a little bit and moving around her body with the heat that's being held back. He looks at that other amulet and he sees it starting to light up and starting to burn in his hand. Not an actual light like he's used to seeing, like with his magic, that looks basically like shadows that burn through the dark. He actually takes this light that is burning bright and he looks again at his friends and he looks at Wraith specifically for a moment, and then he looks to Maeve and he just gives her a nod, and he takes that necklace and he loops it over himself, and as they kind of slap down together, that heat starts to expand and grow and get even larger, and then he's going to turn and he's going to charge the Golden Lady and like tackle her with the burning between them of the two amulets fusing together. And he can feel it as he starts running because he's got studded leather armor on. He can feel the the studs in the leather start to burn and get hot as well. The leather around them crackling and pulling away as it gets dried out. And as he runs, it actually bursts into flames on his chest and starts to slowly engulf as he's reaching for her.
The other three of you see this form of Casimir get awash in flame and light and shadow, all kind of roiling all over him to the point that you can no longer see Casimir's original form. Wraith barely has time to react as he gets out of the way of this flaming, writhing, shadowy Casimir that just slams into the figure of the Golden Lady. And as soon as he comes into contact with her, there is a burst of bright light. And Wraith, you're the only one that can see enough through that light. Sai and Maeve are completely blinded by it, instinctually covering their eyes once again to avoid being permanently blinded as they had been previously. And Wraith, for some reason, you're able to see this as Casimir's form blends with the light of the Golden Lady and prevents it from destroying not just you, my friend, but this place. Eventually having almost destroyed and obliterated everything. Casimir makes this sacrifice. You think he makes this sacrifice. Wraith, you see in the remnants as this light fades, the shadowy silhouette of a figure, a person laying on the ground where Casimir and the Golden Lady fell. And at first you think it is Casimir. It must be Casimir. And you go forward to reach a hand down. But you don't. After a moment, after everything comes together, you don't see Casimir. You don't feel Casimir. You see a young woman, a half-elven woman with black hair with a slight hint of brown auburn hue to it, wearing fairly common, relatively mundane, simple attire, laying there in a fetal-like position, unconscious, upon the ground, and seemingly tears streaming from her eyes. And the song that had been playing through all of this, that was reaching its crescendo as the arc of light was escalating, fades. And the light diminishes. And the rest of you stand. Casimir is nowhere to be seen. Wraith, you turn and look back and see Maeve and Sai standing there, and they're looking upon you with wonder.
Our friend did a great deed today. And don't know about you guys, but that won't go forgotten. Maeve, if you could, I think this young woman needs attending to. You may have a softer hand than I right now.
Maeve will go over
Okay. Maeve starts tending to this half-elven woman. She's conscious. She doesn't seem very physically injured. And she has this feeling that perhaps this is who the mask bearer was before the mask. And maybe this mask worked differently from the previous one, or maybe she just didn't, because she didn't kill directly, because she wasn't taking other lives. Maybe it didn't take her life in that way, or she's not entirely sure. It's something she would want to know more of for certain, but this woman is alive. There's no telling what kind of mental scars she might have. But she is alive. What does Wraith do in those moments as Maeve is tending to the half-elf?
I think Wraith is looking around in the area to see if there is if the mask is there. Because if it is, that needs to be, like, secured immediately. Also to see if there's any remnants of Casimir, anything, to where he can kind of just keep and hold on to, show respects at a later time.
The holy symbol? The fused holy symbol of Sombrius and Orlumus is there upon the ground, not too far from the half-elven woman.
He picks it up, he puts it in his pocket for later opportunities, and then
as he does that, he turns and looks back to Sai, and he sees Sai standing there staring at him.
Hey, come here. Come, we're gonna do something weird. Come here.
Just open his arms for an embrace.
You doing right there? What's going on?
They don't say anything, but you'll feel Sai wrap their arms around you extra tight. Like super, super tight. And you kind of feel like you're holding them up a bit. And then after some time, they'll let go. And the body of Renella is still around?
It's a ways back at this point, but yeah.
Okay. Well, if it's far back, then I'll just I will close my eyes and I guess reach out to Nocturnus, acknowledging both of the friends that we lost today, and kind of going through the process of a night warden, and hope to guide them.
Before Sai kind of gets into their duty, Wraith kind of just like make sure that they're okay, and he goes and he looks at them and he goes, here. And he starts like handing them like the things that the operative is given. They're gonna need to take these back, and
yeah, I'm choosing a different path. I keep hearing that a lot. I think a life is worth living here.
And he looks down at his arms, at the runes and his clothes, and he looks over at everyone else, and he goes,
I think this is where I need to be. I think Maeve already knows. You can tell her if she doesn't, but I wanted to tell you. And I wanted to say thank you. Thank you for putting up with me, and just thank you for not leaving me alone. Yeah.
So I will hug you again and just, I think they would just say, I'm so very happy for you.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you again. This is gonna be fun. But who knows what's gonna happen next? Please, you always have a home with me, and once I figure things out here, So, but yeah, this is where I need to be. Wow. Also, fuck the gray man. I'm remembering everything. Sorry. I probably shouldn't say that in the position that I'm in now, but I don't give a shit. I did it again. Okay.
I won't say a thing.
Sweet. Yeah, tell him that blew up or something, or I fell off a boat. Tell him I fell off a boat. Yeah.
It's more believable.
Yeah.
As Maeve stands, Deb, you can decide whether or not Maeve heard any of that. I leave that entirely up to you. But as Maeve stands and understanding that the half-elf is probably at least physically okay, she looks around the resonant grove. She sees the rings still embedded in the ground, the glowing of them still fine. There's some scarring to the natural land from the encounter that just transpired, and she feels bad of that for a fleeting moment. Probably going to feel worse for it later, but in this moment she at least has this opportunity to be thankful that it ended somewhat positively despite all of the negatives. And she looks around the resonant grove looking for the people that had once been there, the pilgrims. And she doesn't see the pilgrims now, not entirely anyway. She sees a few of them still, but many have apparently been pulled into the trees, and in their places she sees many of those druids that she had encountered on the path here, until she comes to the one that had been speaking to her. And he just nods to her, and he holds his staff aloft in the same way that he had asked her to hold the bone staff aloft. And there's this unspoken word of, you know what you must do.
Maeve just sort of nods.
They lower their staff, and kind of almost eerily in unison, all of the druids kind of turn back towards the trees and disappear into them, taking any of the pilgrims with them. And there you all stand, picking up the aftermath of the encounter with yet another mask bearer, this one far different from the last. And particularly in Maeve's mind, she knows there's a third, and she almost dreads what that one might bring. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes Chaos Song this evening. Sorry for going so long, everyone, but it was important.
A story needed to be told.
There was a lot of good story there. I applaud all of you, my friends, for running with that story, and it was glorious. Loved every bit of what you brought to the table tonight, and I'm looking forward to what we keep doing in the next arc. And
Which starts next
What-
week.
yeah, which starts next week. Ian, we should probably figure out your character for that now, because I'm guessing Wraith is not going to be part of that. And we know Casimir is not going to be part of that. Yes, thank you one and all for joining us tonight. We're going to do some hopefully quick introductions here. And we will start with the one, the only Kev. Please, sir.
Cool. Yeah, hi, Kevin, and I played Casimir, who was a tiefling warlock, and a lot of fun. And you can find me online at the socials at KevRan Games, and also doing stuff here because I am one of the members of the production team, along with Miko and Beth. And we do different cool stuff with Jeremy and kind of run some stuff. I run some We Get to Plays and things like that. We have one coming up in a couple of weeks, which we'll talk more about sooner than that. But also on Friday, you can see me running a game on La Nata Turna, which is a channel here on Twitch, playing a 5th edition Grimdark campaign setting. Ian is actually in that game playing a super smooth as cool dude named Malik, who is really, really cool. And you can see some of our past stuff on YouTube under the same name. Deb's been on it, Beth's been on it, Miko's been on it. Lots of other cool, amazing people have been on there. And yeah, it's a good time. But this was a blast. Thank you so much for letting me go out with a bang. So I appreciate it. No, this was a lot of fun. Thanks, Miko.
Appreciate it. Fun little fact about that too, just to prove that Ian and I are brothers from another mother. He's playing Malik in that, and
Yes.
I'm fairly certain that's completely unrelated to me playing Cat Lim
Yes.
in the previous
Yep.
game
Yep.
of Lanata Turna. Great minds.
Oh,
Great
yeah.
minds.
Beautiful.
And they both. Oh, never mind. I almost had a spoiler.
Oh. Speaking of great minds,
yes.
the one, the only, the Beth Masco.
Oh, hey.
Hey, we know you.
I'm glad to be here and be kind of alive still. Sorry guys.
Just dead
for
inside,
killing
right?
ya.
Just dead inside.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, that's always a given. No, this has been fantastic. Another super cool arc. Glad Sai's still alive because I enjoy playing them very much.
And you were worried there for a minute, weren't you?
You know, a little bit. I do like making new characters, but you know, I'm glad I
Use
can
words
hold
like obliteration.
on. Yeah.
I like those words.
I hope for
They're
nothing
fun
anymore.
as a GM.
You can find me on social media at Beth Masco. You can find me here on the Wanderer's Haven channel. And throughout October, I've got some pretty fun stuff coming up. I'm going to be in a game over on Roll D5. I have a 10 Candles game coming up that I'm playing on Exquisite Corpse Presents. And then I also have the Bluebeard game that our friend Kay is running that will be a lot of fun. So a lot of fun little things. I'll post about them on social media and stuff, so you should definitely check them out.
Definitely.
Yeah,
Definitely.
great arc.
Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. Thank you so much. And the savior of us all, I mean, saving us from ourselves all the time, Deb, please
Hello.
introduce yourself here.
Great. I'm Deb. I was playing Maeve, who is sad about Casimir and would have taken the opportunity to ask this young half-elven woman her name and then also her favorite color.
And Flower.
And Flower, yes, of course. Maeve, I'm glad that she's still around for at least one work. That she's just such a fun character to play. I have a couple things coming up at the end of the month, which I'll talk more about maybe next week or the week after. But you can find me on Instagram or Blue Sky at dsweats.
Cool. Thank you so much. Looking forward to hearing about those awesome things. Speaking of awesome things, my oos, Ian, ya boy.
What's going on, everybody? I'm not gonna lie, running on fumes here, but it was worth it. It's so much fun. Acris held a special place in my heart in the in the other games, but I think now Wraith is taking that over with the whole transition. Another amazing story. Thank you again, Miko, for allowing me here.
Always,
and we'll
my
see what
friend,
happens.
always.
See what happens on the next one. But hey, I'm Ian, or your boy Big, on all, and I do mean all social media, YABOIBIG, and I played Wraith, of course. What am I doing? Follow me on Twitter. That's how you're gonna know what I'm doing. Doing a lot. Of course, I will be here on Wednesdays for the next arc. You know where I'm gonna be at on Fridays. Definitely tune in this week for that. And yeah, Sundays, Magic RPG channel playing an Icewind Dale campaign. If you don't like to see my face, but you want to hear my voice, you can definitely hear me on the Fane Gang podcast, as well as the Emergent Code Actual Play podcast, which is a Digimon theme game, which is awesome. And stay tuned for the rest of October. Got charity streams going on, some cool pre-recorded one-shots, some spooky dooky stuff. So yeah, it's going to be awesome.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, sir. Please tune in to all of these people's socials for all the cool things that they are doing. I am Ego, otherwise known as the OKSGM. I have been your humble host and game master for this gloriousness that these people bring to the table, and very much looking forward to the next arc as well. Yeah, Wanderer's Haven, we've got all kinds of cool stuff going on. Please check us out on Mondays for Miniature Mondays. We're going to do some announcements in the near future about some charity stuff that we've got going on for Extra Life. We've got some Halloween stuff on the way, all kinds of stuff. Check out our socials, check out our Discord, all of that kind of lovely stuff. And yeah, I think we should raid over to Insomnia Night RPG. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, let's do
Insomnia
it.
is
Let's
a cool
do
dude.
it.
We're gonna raid over to
Ready
him.
for a wild ride?
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
you definitely are in for a wild ride. Stick around there. Give a shout out to those guys when you get there, please. And we will see you all again here soon for another arc in this chaos that is enveloping Ysterra. Bye, everyone.
Cubs win. Cubs win.
That's me.